This is Lee Harrison from Monstrosity, and we'll see you in the Tampa Morgue.
What's up? This is Tony, and you're listening to the Tampa Morgue Season 3, Episode 124. And as always, I'm in the studio deep in the bowels of Tampa Bay, Florida, Mr. Ed Webb. How's everything in the Bay, Mr. Webb?
Mr. Anderson, what the fuck is up, brother?
Oh, man, a lot of shit going on this week, dude. It's well, obviously, we've been doing a lot of prep for some future shows. I'll be heading to Tampa here in about 6 days, which I'm definitely not looking forward to the 20-hour flight. But fucking just wintertime here, wintertime everywhere, man. I've been watching the news and everyone's getting hit with the snow and ice. It's seems to be a thing right now.
Yeah, it seems that we have a complete shield, a bulletproof vest for snow around Florida because we're the only ones not getting pounded. But I will tell you, I think I told you earlier that I went out this morning and it was in the 70s. And when I came home and I went out to do my cold plunge at like noon, 1 o'clock, something like that, it had dropped 20 over 20 degrees in, in a couple hours. I was like, holy shit. And the wind, bringing that brisk breeze. And I was like, and they said it was gonna be in the 30s tomorrow, so we'll see.
Yeah, I think
Yay.
when I land there, it's supposed to be in the 40s, which to me, hey,
That's
compared to
normal.
what's going on over here right now, that's like springtime, so
Yeah,
or
that's normal.
summer. And we opened up the show tonight with Monstrosity, Remnants of Divination from the Spiritual Apocalypse record that came out on Conquest Music. And this tonight is part two of the Lee Harrison episode. We had Leon for about 4 hours last week, and tonight will be another batch of hours, and then they'll wrap it
Story
up.
time. Story
Yes.
time is continuing because trust me, if you got through the first 4, you learned a lot. I learned a lot, and I know some of the stories, and I learned a lot, so, yeah, that was great.
Yeah, got a lot of great feedback on it, so, this is we split it we know it's funny because at first we thought, "Hey, we're gonna do" we'll just put it up as a full episode, and, eventually, when we realized it was gonna be ranging up in there in the 7, 8-hour range, we figured we'd split it up and give everyone a little bit of an opportunity to digest the first one, and then, here we are now with part 2 tonight, so
It was easier just to come back and everybody's fresh, your voice is fresh because after talking for 4 hours, man, um, it puts a strain on your throat. It definitely
yeah.
does.
And this week, we've done a handful of interviews the last we've done, I'm gonna say around 5 interviews the last 2 weeks, maybe even more. I have to do the math, but, so we've been busy around here, so you guys will have a lot of content up. Like I said, I'll be traveling to Tampa this week, but you guys will not miss an episode, and, me and Ed, of course, will be at the Tampa Bay Metal Museum, which you'll hear a promo for that, and speaking of that, let's talk about next week's guest really fast. Um, well, next week we're gonna have 2 guests. We're gonna have Kyle Thomas from Ex-Hoarder and Trouble and Floodgate, and, on that episode, we're gonna dissect the Slaughter in the Vatican record, man. We basically are, like, doing the liner notes on that record with Kyle, so he'll be on here for a while hanging out, and then we will have Dave Allison, AKA Death Metal Dave from the Tampa Bay Museum of Metal, who will, hang out with us at the end of the show for, like, an hour, and we'll go over all the details for the museum, a little bit of history with Dave. Dave's been around a long time, seen a lot of shit in the Tampa Bay area, so we'll catch up with him. And yeah, I'm looking forward to see Dave next week too, man. It's like in 2 weeks, actually, I should say. It'll be my first time at the museum. So again, next week, that's who's going to be on. Week after that will be Persifier of Miramac, the French black metal band. He also played with Morte Incandescente, Ancestral Fog, did some live stuff with Corpus Christi. He'll be on here for a couple hours the week after that. And then we're going to have Dave and Jeff from Imprecation on. So that's your next couple episodes. We got some other stuff we're working on. But yeah, so no
Many
shortage of
many rings in
material.
the fire.
Yes.
Many rings in the fire, man.
Yeah. And who knows what we'll leave when we get, at the Metal Museum. I'm sure we're going to, rack up some more guests for the show too. So
But yeah,
yeah, should be an
be
interesting
nice.
time, man. And we do have T-shirts, right, Ed? We still
Yes, we
have
do.
our
We
yes, we've been
do.
getting messages, people been ordering them, and we do have some T-shirts, and, we do ship to Europe also, and, we do ship to, the USA, of course. And Ed, again, man, this is the last batch we're doing till next year.
Yep. We have to it really only works out when you're coming because I can't ship you shirts or it would be the cost would be it's just it's too much, and I'm not gonna sell enough here to make a full batch for myself. It works when we can split them, so, yeah, if you want them, I'm telling you, this is gonna be the last batch for until Tony comes back, and who knows when that will be after this.
Yeah, I mean, this was a trip I didn't expect to make, so you just never know. But they are limited shirts. We put them out Swarm Fest last year, so it's been a little bit over a year since the last time we printed them. So some people have already ordered theirs, and right when we get them, you'll be getting yours. Ed's already actually put out a few that we had left in stock, so that so some people will be receiving theirs already. But yeah, if you want a shirt, they're $25 plus shipping. Send us a message on the Instagram page, or you can email us at thetampamorgue@gmail.com, and we'll get you all taken care of. But again, we appreciate the support. We don't make any money on this show, and that is the way you can help out. Spread the word and support the morgue.
Be our walking billboard, please.
Yes, and Ed, I saw, man, we're both Jersey guys, and I wanted to mention this really fast. I think I talked to you about this yesterday on the phone a little bit, but legendary New Jersey comedian Uncle Floyd passed away at the age of 74, man. The
Yeah.
ambassador of happiness.
Yeah, man.
You
That
know.
sucked.
Yeah, dude. He was a fixture for anybody who grew up in Jersey. When we grew up there, had a lot of people on his show too, man. He had Cyndi Lauper on there. He had the Ramones on there. He was also in Good Morning Vietnam. He was Eddie Kirk in that movie. He had Blue Oyster Cult on his show. But yeah, total bummer to see that. It's just a reminder that our childhood is slowly fading away, Mr. Webb. But
I feel it every day. Trust me.
yeah.
I think my son was trying to kill me yesterday at the gym, so trust me,
He's yeah, so yeah,
he's
yeah,
a
the
little
youth
fucker.
is
He's a little fucker. I hope he hears this because he's a little fucker.
yeah, so again, I had to mention Uncle Floyd, born in Paterson, New Jersey.
Yeah, he
You
was
know,
known
s-
throughout the whole I think the whole, East up there, Philadelphia, New York. I think he was pretty the tri-state area, I think he was well known.
yeah, he was on the low budget TV, of course, started airing out, I think it was like 74. I think his show ended in 2001.
It's crazy.
Yeah, and he kept on after that, after he passed, he kept on doing like theater stuff in in New Jersey and would show up at events and stuff like that. So he was very active. He was on NJB, New Jersey Network, out of New Brunswick, Channel 58. He was on a bunch of different stuff. But if you're from New Jersey, we all know Uncle Floyd, and just wanted to pay my respects a little bit because, again, someone that Jersey kids grew up watching. And yeah, Uncle Floyd passed away at the age of 74. Um,
The only guy
and
wearing those hats, you know what I
yes,
mean?
yes, yes,
And with
yes.
the
And the
matching
jacket.
suit, the matching
Yes.
suit and jacket, man. You
And the
were never
piano,
gonna
man.
Yep, he was great, man. I
Yeah.
just brings back my childhood, man.
So anybody who's from Jersey or knows Uncle Floyd, they'll understand. Ed, we have a long show tonight again.
Yep.
Um, I say
New
we,
song new song was out, hope everybody dug it.
yes, yes. Oh, we didn't. Goddamn, we didn't pull the comments on that. We wanted to
Yeah,
read a
we'll
couple.
do it next show because
Yeah,
yeah, there's some funny comments. We figured maybe we'll address some of them because my wife and everybody seems to think that I get all upset from that shit. As Tony will tell you, I fucking
never
laugh.
read the
There's some of them.
comments.
There's some I just couldn't fucking stop laughing at. They're just, the
The
more
corpse
critical
grinder,
you get,
was it the corpse grinder
no,
doppelganger? I have to
the
say
guy
was
said the corpse
very
grinder, he called
creative.
a doppelgrinder.
The
Yeah,
doppelganger.
that was I was at the skating rink because my wife's school had, skating, so, you go to support, and I'm on the phone, and she's like, "What are you doing?" I said, "I'm looking at the comments." She put my phone down, she's like, "Stop it," and I'm laughing. I'm like, That was the funniest thing I've fucking seen." Some dude said something about, "We all look like we should be in Gears of War," the video game, which was one of my
I did
favorite
see
games,
that.
and
Yes.
I was like, "Dude, that's fucking great, man."
Yeah,
Uh
that was
Thunder and another dude said Thunder Grinder. So, it's just funny shit like that, you know? But then
some of them are creative though. You got to
there was a
admit.
couple that said some fucking pretty nasty shit. And again, after the massacre thing, with the whole Cam Lee and whatever, you're not getting under my skin. You're just not. I don't give a fuck, to be honest with you. Because let me know what band you're in and well, how cool your record is, and I'll be glad to review it for you. Because until you got
Exactly.
something better than what I'm putting out, fuck yourself. How's that?
And that's a
But we'll go
public
through them next
service
we'll go through a
announcement
couple
from
of them next week,
Angry
man.
Ed.
Yeah, no, I'm just
Yes.
telling you straight up. I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah, I
there's
agree,
always
man.
critics, that always have something, a better artist, a better painting. Because I saw some people were saying that the fucking album cover looked AI, and then I saw Lee posted the dude actually painting it. I don't know if you saw that video on Facebook where
Yeah,
they
he
showed the
talks
guy.
about it on the interview too, man,
Yeah,
about this
yeah,
album
so
cover,
but
yeah.
there's actually the video of the guy painting it. Metal Blade put it up to shoot people down saying it's not AI, and, I knew it wasn't AI because the artist is well known kinda like our artist. He's well, so people are gonna say stuff, and
People
it's okay.
suck, man, as we know, you know?
Yep, yeah,
I mean,
but
could
now
you
we'll address
imagine.
that next week.
Yeah, yeah, so we'll read some of those fun comments next week, and, we're gonna do what we usually do around here coming up here, we're gonna do which actually next week we won't have to do this because
That's
Dave's gonna
right,
actually
last
join
week for
us.
the promo.
Yeah, so we're gonna run the Tampa Bay Metal Museum promo, then we're gonna do the promo for the Tampa Morgue, and talk about some of the guests who've been on here. And again, we've been very busy. We've had Hana from Osagram on here. We had Scum and Atax from Pests out of Germany recently. Um, Yuha of Death Chain, Chamber of Unlight, and War Moon Lord. Gene made a second appearance from Perdition Temple, Malefic Throne, ex-Angel Corpse, Hexorcist. We had Kev Desecrator on here from Destroyer 666 recently, and Tony Thomas from Witch Vomit and Torture Rack. So again, we've been busy on here, and we're gonna do the Tampa Bay promo. Well, I'll do our promo too. Why not, right?
I got something I'm working on that we're gonna promo. Um, eh, if you want your business or your whatever it is you wanna promote, let us know because we got people that are wanting us to, you know, prop up their businesses or whatever it is they're doing, and that's what that's what ad space is for, right?
Yeah, just hit us up, and we'll see what we can do for you. We'll work something out.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, yeah, let's run the Death Metal Dave promo. Then we'll do the Tampa Morgue promo. We will do musicians who passed away, releases, shows, and then we'll get Lee on here for part two of the epic interview. I mean, like I said, man, if you're a Monstrosity fan, this is I don't know. I don't know where you're gonna find an interview like this. I don't think you're ever gonna find one this long again. And just a cool time, man. Great hanging out with Lee.
Part
So
2. Part
part
2.
2. Yes, and before that, speaking of Lee, we're gonna play some Terrorizer. We're gonna play Conflict and Despair from the Caustic Attack record that came out October 12th, 2008 on the End Records. And, we'll be back with, the Tampa Morgue promo and the musicians who passed away and the releases. We'll be back on the Tampa Morgue after this track from Terrorizer. This is Conflict and Despair.
What's up, Tampa Morgue listeners? This is Death Metal Dave from the Tampa Bay Museum of Metal. And I'd like to ask you to join us on February the 7th at Magnanimous Brewery, Seminole Heights, where we're going to have a killer display of Florida metal history. Backdrops, guitars, drums, clothing, you name it, we're going to have it. And it's pretty freaking cool, man. Come out and support the metal and drink our Tampa Bay Museum of Metal beer. And always listen to the Tampa Morgue with Tony and Ed. It's just Death Metal Dave in your face.
And that was Dave Allison, a.k.a. Death Metal Dave from the Tampa Bay Museum of Metal, who will be hanging out on the Morgue next week, so we're looking forward to that. For more information, visit TampaBayMuseumOfMetal.com. There you will find all the Tampa Bay and Florida metal history that dates back to 1982 and takes you to the current day. 2026. God damn, where does the time go? For that, we played some Terrorizer. We played Conflict and Despair from the 2018 Caustic Attack record. And that, of course, is Pete Sandoval, Sam Molina, and Lee Harrison. And Lee Harrison will be joining us for part 2 of his interview in about 10 minutes. To all the new listeners, thanks for checking us out. This is episode 124, season 3. The first show we did was August 5th, 2023. And we've been averaging about a show a week since we hit the on button. If you are a new listener, you can find all the past episodes wherever you listen to your podcasts. You can contact us at thetampamorgue@gmail.com. We will respond, or message us on our Instagram page. Instagram is pretty much the best place to keep up with what we're doing on the show, upcoming guests, and any information. And like I said, you can go back and listen to all the past interviews. There you'll find interviews with guys like Dave from More to Scold, Lee Payne from Club and Hoof, Gene from Angel Corpse and Perdition Temple, he's been on the show a few times. Henry from God Dethroned. The guys from Witch Trap out of Columbia. Tony Dolan from Venom, Venom Inc. and Adam Craft. John Walker of Cancer. Ed Miller of Negative Plane. Ritual Butcher of Arc Goat. Jeff Manis of Venom, that's a 5-hour episode, complete Venom history lesson. King Fally of Deceased, great episode. Eric from Goat Seaman out of Peru, also of Evil Dam. Dovidus from Lithuanian's black death metal band Luctus. We had Terry Butler on from Obituary, Death, Massacre, Inhuman Condition, and Denial Fiend. Whole lot of Tampa Bay history in that episode. Definitely recommend it. Nige Rocket from Onslaught was on the show. Paul Speckman from Master. Pat from Hell Witch. We had Harry Quokinen on the show from Hooded Menace and Hail Conjurer. We had Morgul out of Finland. We had Dawn of the Dead of Nunslaughter on here. Alessio from Violenter. Hobbs Angel of Death. He also played with the Mentors. Adam of Cardiac Arrest. Lord Sabothan from Morbid Death. Slaughter Messiah. Enthroned and Heinous. We had Revik from Morden Red. He's hung out a few times on the show. He's a friend of the show. Bobby Gustafson of Overkill was on here. Dallas Tuller Wade from Nile and Narcotic Wasteland. He's been on the show a few times. We also had Rob from Lucifericon, who's working on a new album. He was also with Destroyer 666. We had Martin Missy from Protector on the show. Loisma from Hemorrhage and Depopulation Department. Glenn Destructor was on the show from Australia's Destructor. We had Udo on the show from Accept. We had Carl Kennedy from The Rods on here. We had Kyle Thomas of Ex Order and Trouble. And Kyle will be on the show next week. We're going to take a dive into the Slaughter and the Vatican record. We had the guys from Blood Serpent out of Vietnam on the Morgue. We have a deep dive interview with Snowy Shaw from King Diamond, Merciful Fate. Killer episode, good guy. Hope he's doing well. We had David Howard Thornton, who plays Art the Clown in the Terrifier films, on here. Simo from Flame out of Finland was on here. He also played with a Dorier and Ern. We had Sergeant Salston from Norway's Deathhammer on here. Mangus from Norway's Aberration also. Speaking of Norway, we had Heimland on here and Ninth also. Great bands. Daniel Avenger from Nocturnal, Angel of Damnation, and Black Priest of Satan. We also had Mr. John Berry on here, the drummer for Nocturnal, Ancient Rites, and Slaughter Messiah. And Alan Howarth on here, who worked with John Carpenter. He was involved with the music for Star Trek, Prince of Darkness, Halloween, and They Live. We had Yuha on here from Death Chain and Chamber of Unlight and War Moon Lord and Barathrum. We had Noella from Hexea on the show. Anti, a.k.a. Necroterror from Cadaveric Incubator, ex-Slugother. He's also with Satanic War Master, ex-Torso Fuck. And we had Yarno of Ern on here. Graves, who was also a former member of Barathrum. Nano of Anal Vomit out of Peru. We had Bloody F. Mess, who was a bandmate of Gigi Allen. Lots of Gigi Allen stories on there. We had Necromaniac out of the UK on the show. Definitely recommend that band if you haven't checked them out. W. Horror Preacher from Finland's Vomit Angel. We had the man himself, Chris Reifert, on here from Autopsy, Abscess, Eat My Fucking Violation Wound. Nasty Ronnie of Nasty Savage was on here for a few hours. A lot of Tampa Bay history in that one. Dave Austin from Nasty Savage. Blaine Cook from The Accused and The Accused AD, and many more. As you can see, it's a lot of material for you to go back and check out. So, it's all for free. Appreciate you checking out the show. We're going to pay some respect to the musicians who were lost in the last couple weeks. and then we're going to do releases. As far as the musicians who passed away, I'm going to start with Jessica Armstrong. She was a US-born bassist who played in the Albuquerque, New Mexico thrash metal band Suspended, and she also played in the band Dismay. She passed away at the age of 33. Joel Viklund was a Swedish bassist and drummer for the bands Cave Vomit, Fenra, and Grotmongo. He passed away at the age of 43. Arturo Vangas, a Chilean bassist for the thrash band Desester out of San Diego, Chile. Next, we have Jean Adavanya, a Chilean drummer for the death metal band Darkness. He also played in a thrash metal band called Adamantium XX3. And next, Jorge Caseta, a Colombian-born bassist, longtime New Orleans resident. He passed away at the age of 54. He was the bassist of Flesh Parade, Hate Beyond, Mimic, The Great Void, and he also played with X-Hoarder in 2011. And next, Francis Buchholz, the German-born bassist who played with the Scorpions, Michael Schenkner's Temple of Rock, Phantom 5, Dreamtide, and Dawn Road. Buchholz passed away at the age of 71. Salvador, aka Death, the Mexican-born vocalist. He lost his battle with cancer. He was the vocalist of Horror Pylons and Rotten Stigmatosis. And last, Jonathan Diaz Varela, a Chilean bassist for the band Discordia. He was killed by a hit-and-run driver. And as always, if I pronounce any of the names wrong, no disrespect. Next, we're going to do releases, then we're going to get to shows, and then we're going to get to our guest, Lee Harrison. For releases, I'm going to start with Circular Ruin, the Swedish black death metal band. They're putting out an album called A Sermon in Tongues on Vendetta Records out of Germany. Circular Ruin formed in 2019. First release was an EP titled Future Graves that had 4 tracks on it. Circular Ruin features members past and present of In Contempt and Wormwood. A Sermon in Tongues will be available January 30th. Next, I have Wolfenstein, thrash metal band from Buffalo, New York. Name of the release is Death Brigade. It's coming out on CDN Records out of Canada. Wolfenstein formed in 2022, put out a single and a demo in 2023. This will be the band's second full-length and a follow-up to their 2025 full-length titled Capital Punishment. The new album will have 9 tracks and will be available January 31st on CDN Records. We're going to move on to Evil Damn, the Peruvian death metal band. They're putting out an EP titled Ions of Horror on Hell's Headbangers. First release was a 7-song demo titled Through Black Abysses in 2004. The band features Eric of Ghost Seaman, ex-Sarum, and ex-Black Angel. And again, Eric was a guest on our show in episode 105. Killer episode. Definitely recommend that one. In total, Evil Damn has put out 2 demos, 1 compilation, 2 splits, 1 full length, and this will be the band's second EP. Ions of Horror will feature 5 tracks. It will be available on 12-inch through Hell's Headbangers January 30th. Next, South of Hell, the French death metal band. They're releasing an album called Hellfernium. It's coming out on Great Dane Records out of France. South of Hell formed in 2004, put out a demo in 2006, then a full-length titled Rising of Hate in 2015. Hellfernium will have 11 tracks and be available January 31st on Great Dane Records. And last, we have Old Sorcery. The name of the album they're putting out is The Outsider on Avagante Music out of Italy. Old Sorcery formed in 2017. First release was a 2017 full-length titled Realms of Magic Sorrow. It's a project of Yusa from War Moon Lord. This will be Old Sorcery's 7th full length. They've put out 3 EPs and 4 splits. The Outsider will be available January 30th. And next, we're going to get to shows. So, Ed, I'm going to do shows, man, and then we'll get Lee on here. Again, it's going to be a long evening, so I figure I'll just bang this out really fast. Let me see here, January 27th, which is a show that I'm fucking bummed I'm gonna miss. It's my daughter's birthday on the 29th, so I couldn't fly into Tampa early for this, or I would have. Violence, Deceased, Nunslaughter at the Conduit. It's January 27th. I mean, shit. I mean, you can't. I don't know. To me, that's a show that it hurts to miss a little bit. So if you're in
I'm
Florida,
pissed
and you can check it out.
because there was I saw nothing on that show. Nothing here. I know it's because it's Orlando, but if it's the only show in Florida or close to Tampa, if they're not coming to Tampa, why wouldn't you promote it?
Yeah,
You
I
know,
saw it on the
because I would have
Nunslaughter
made
page.
plans.
That's where I saw it first, and then
Well, Deceased though, I
yeah,
mean, I would have because we had both
yeah, we had
King Fowley
Fowley and
does our
Dawn of the Dead on
outro.
here. Yeah,
King Fowley does our outro every
yeah.
night. Every time we do a show, he's our outro. I would have went up there 100% to see that guy, but I had no idea.
And
The
goddamn, if
King
you haven't heard the
Fowley.
King Fowley episode,
Oh, you're
that's
missing.
that's a crazy great episode. King's awesome, and there is no
Filter.
he did not hold back at all. It's a very, very, very detailed, awesome, open, honest interview. So if you haven't checked that out, and Dawn of the Dead from Nunslaughter when we had him on,
Same thing.
another great episode, man. I just talked to Don like 2 weeks ago. They have a lot of stuff going on in the Nunslaughter camp, which I'm happy to hear. great band. Don's a lifer, and yeah, that's a show like you were saying, Ed. Even before when we came on tonight, we were talking about it. That's a show that is a must if you're in the area, if you can, especially if you're in
Absolutely.
Orlando.
If it
But
wasn't an hour and 20-minute drive, I would on a Tuesday,
yeah,
and I would have had, like, a little more notice, I would have planned it for 100%, I would have been there.
yeah, it's gonna be a great show. Violence, Deceased, and None Slaughter at the Conduit on January 27th, which is actually for most of you will be if you're listening to this when it first comes out, will be tonight. So you know. Um, and then I have February 6th, Incantation, Hexea, Antebellum 666, Merciless Savagery, Ire at the Vinyl Music Hall in, let me see here, St. Pensacola, Florida. Doors at 5:30, show at 6:30. Again, that's February 6th. Incantation, Hexea, Annabella 666, Merciless Savagery, and Ire. And that's Doors. I think I already said Doors, right? I already did that bullshit. And then also February 6th in Tampa at the Brass Mug. Skeletal Remains, Virulence, Morbidity, Grave Filth, and Law of Casualty. Tickets pre-sale $15, day of the show 20, doors at 7, show at 8. And then last, February 7th, Virulence, Skeletal Remains, Mind Virus, and Morbidity at Pineapples, 1434 Pineapples, Melbourne, Florida. And that is the same thing, $15 pre and $20 day of the show. And again, that's February 7th. And Ed, that's all I have for shows, man.
Yep, that's you saw what I saw.
So let's get Lee on here. And again, everybody enjoy this interview. Me and Ed will be back for like 2 minutes at the end, only a couple minutes. Next week, Kyle.
If it goes as long as the last one, you're lucky we
Yeah.
come back at all.
Exactly. And next week, Kyle Thomas from X Order. We're going to talk all about the slaughter in the Vatican, that time period. Go over to liner notes for that. Dave Allison from the Tampa Bay Museum of Metal will also join us on that show to talk about the event coming up. And then Persifier the week after from Merrimack. And then Dave and Jeff of Imprecation. Jeff also was in Aversa Safera.
We got a lot of shit going on, man. It's
Yeah.
gonna be awesome, and you'll be here.
A lot of shit coming up on the Morgue. And Dave also played with Wolf Skull too, man, which was a killer band, and they have ended, which I just found out. They just ended like last week, so he'll tell us all about that. But you look at Aversa with Jeff, and that was one of the longest running black metal U.S. black metal bands during that time period. So yeah, it'd be good to catch up with those dudes. But Ed, unless you have anything else, man, I say we get Lee on here.
Let's get them on.
Cool. And before that, we're going to play some Monstrosity. We're going to play Slaves and Masters off the Slaves and Masters demo from 1994. And then we'll be back on the Tampa Morgue with Mr. Lee Harrison.
It's on the way to die. Turning on the river, restoring the face of God. Follow running after wisdom, faces back to summer down. Life is the first step, eternity to the imminent. Death on the locked door, with a path to the meaning of existence. To the top God is mine. Unlock your mystery, make a proud intention knowledge, and we're all not total.
Hello, Tampa Bay Morgue listeners. This is Joe from Circle Rehearsal Studio, Tampa Bay's rehearsal giant with 33 years of service. We know what you need to rock. Large, clean, quiet, cool, smoke-free, isolated rooms with the best gear at a musician-friendly price of $25 an hour. Professional, courteous, easygoing environment. Recently upgraded and remodeled with top-quality gear, Marshall, Ampeg, Pearl, Tampa, JBL, Yamaha, PPP, and more. We have the experience and the gear to provide you with the best possible rehearsal experience at the best price. Just completed and soon to open Circle's demo studio for your recording needs. From laying down drum tracks to complete projects, we have you covered at a musician-friendly price. Also in the work is the pro rehearsal room, freshly appointed and stocked with the best gear at nicely competitive rates. Our contact number is 727-546-8930. Our address is 10841 75th Street, Seminole, Florida, 33777. We have 7 large rehearsal rooms. Looking forward to seeing you soon. Thanks.
Okay, so that's time period, like we're saying, man, you've done your first, I guess your first tour is a European tour with Pestilence,
Yeah.
and Torture in Germany. You guys play Mexico, like you said, with Overkill. You
Right.
guys are starting to do shows outside of Florida. You guys are, I think, playing like Chattanooga, Chicago, and Memphis. And Jason
Right.
Tuck's entered the band. You guys are doing the '94 demo. You guys also, this is when the logo takes life, kind of, right? You guys have Jose Perez do the logo for you guys.
Well, that was actually Horror Infinity.
Well, he does the
did the
artwork on that '94 demo, right? Is that what it was? He does the
well,
skull and antlers?
what's pathetic is that we actually used we what happened was when we did the Horror Infinity demo, we didn't have a real cover. We had like I had made some like computer generated cheeseball cover, like logo or whatever. And then we were we were selling shirts before we even had the t-shirts. That was one of our mistakes. So like, and we didn't even have our artist yet. So like, we were kind of struggling to find somebody to do it. Anyway, long story longer, Jose Perez came along and he did that, the Horror Infinity t-shirt design is what it started as. And then, when it came time to do, uh, Slaves and Masters, again, we don't have Rembrandt on speed dial, so we don't have an artist. So we ended up using the top half of the Horror Infinity artwork. Again, we just recycled it. So it became the Slaves and Masters demo cover, you know. But really, like, the full artwork is the Horror Infinity. Like he actually paints the words Horror Infinity into the art, you know. It's part of the art.
Okay.
So yeah, it was like recycled from Horror Infinity. And it was just a case of, you know, it's like even Millennium, you know, everybody complains and bitches about the Millennium cover, you know. It's like the album had been done for months, you know what I mean? And I had paid this guy SV Bell up in Canada to do artwork for us. And it just wasn't you know, it was like it wasn't brutal. It was like fishes in an ocean, you know, and like or whatever. It was something else, you know, and we came up with, you know, as like then we had this like it was like a gas mask kind of thing. Actually, it would have been cooler for Terrorizer, but whatever. This was before all that. Um, so then, you know, from there, it was like add some skulls to it, add some of this. Anyway, like literally, like it was like he took a National Geographic magazine with a picture of skulls and like cut it out and like pasted it onto his artwork. It looked like I can't even believe like he was serious with that, but and maybe he wasn't. Maybe he was just like kind of like screw you guys, you know. I don't know what he was thinking with that, but at that point we just like we're like, all right, that guy's done. We're done with him. So and somewhere along the line, we ran across like this guy that was, you know, basically doing what was essentially like a primitive version of Photoshop, you know, and maybe even Bryce. I don't even know. I don't know. Whatever he was using, he did that Millennium cover.
and the one that everybody complains about. But to us, it was just, it's a cover. We need to get this album out. We ain't got time to fool around with this worrying about a stupid cover. You know what I mean? It's good enough. It was at the time. It was just like get it out there. We ain't got time to fool around with it. And so that's what we did. And then so um back to the story at hand. So then we go from like the label problems with Nuclear Blast and all that. There was all kinds of issues there that I mean, I don't know. We'll have a 20-hour podcast if I keep going the rate we're going. So let's just say there was label problems and it didn't work out with Nuclear Blast. And so that's why we did the Slaves and Masters demo. We ended up sending that out to everybody, like trying to get signs. The same thing where we're sending it out to all the tape trading usual suspects. Um, got 10 fucking skulls in SOD magazine, and we got 5 stars in this, that, blah blah blah, whatever. It got really great reviews. Everybody was loving it. It was all good. Um, so how did that work? Um, I sent it to Century Media. By now, Borovoy, from the guy who we had been talking with at Roadrunner, like even Borovoy wasn't with Roadrunner back when we were originally talking, but he was like Monty's best friend, so to speak. So it was like when we were doing all those original talks, we were trying to get on Roadrunner, but Borovoy was in the mix on the conference calls. So, but now times moved on, and he's Borovoy's now he's working for Century Media. He's like he's not the main guy necessarily, but he's definitely a top guy at Century Media, and he's still doing Metal Maniacs magazine, and he's still part of the whole thing. We hadn't we hadn't talked. We kind of stopped talking after the Nuclear Blast thing took off. We kind of lost. Like I might have seen him 1 or 2 times after that, but we kind of lost contact, so to speak. But at the same time, I would send him the letters for send him the Slaves and Masters demo, trying to get on Century Media, and you know I picked up the phone and called him one time. He's like, "Hey, man, we want to we'll see what's going on, man. We want to try to get on the get on the label here. What's going on, And he basically told me, he's like, "Look, man, you know, death metal's dead. It's over. Um, black metal's taken over now, and it doesn't matter how good your band is, or how fast your band is, or how technical your band is, or how brutal your band is. You know, labels are just not signing death metal. It's over. The trend, whatever quote unquote trend is over." Um, so we were like, "Man, okay, whatever, man, appreciate it." So we were kind of bummed about that. It's like, damn. Um, Let me think. We sent it to. We ended up. Long story longer, we ended up getting something going with Pavement Records. They were going to sign us. The problem with Pavement is they didn't want to pay any money. It wasn't enough to even record the album. So that was kind of like we went we went through the contract and had the lawyer look at it and did this, and we weren't going to get screwed again. So the lawyer was picking all these things apart in the contract, but they weren't going to be able to come off any real money, is what ended up happening. So I kind of came up with, I was like, you know what? The Nuclear Blast America, which was Relapse, they ended up promoting the first album in America. We didn't even get into that story, but just to get into it a little bit, they did one ad. They did like maybe a couple ads for us, and they did one interview the whole time for Imperial Doom. I figured, well, hell, I can do that. I can get us, I've already done it. I can get us more interviews than one interview. Um, you know what I mean? And it'd just be better if if we're going to do all this, I can do the accounting. We won't get screwed. You know, there won't be the this and that and the other. So anyway, so we had more or less paid for, you know, Millennium to get recorded, and we ended up that was when the whole George thing happened and all that.
Yeah, did you know you knew George was so I was gonna ask you that too, if you don't mind. Like, when you went to the studio to do that record, you knew George was already leaving, and that's why kinda Jason Avery does some stuff on that record?
It was kind of all in that period, you know what I mean? Like, um, Van Earp ended up leaving because he had some legal problems, so he wasn't around. So we were gonna have to get a new bass player, and
Was
then
Barrett filling in for him for some of those shows back
yes,
then?
he did Peru and he did Canada, and it
Okay.
was kind of like that was like, you know, George and you know whatever he finished up doing those shows, you know, kind of finished out his 10. They were like shows that were already on the books, and he finished them out, and then from there, um, but we were going to need a bass player for the album, so that's how we got in touch with Kelly Conlon, and then you know it was basically me and Tux, Jason Morgan at that point. Um, he was you know, he was living in my house for free, and we would just jam you know, we'd jam every day pretty much, you know, or if not every day, every other day. We were jamming a lot. Um, and trying to keep it going. So right when kind of like we had already booked the time for Millennium, and then we got the word, and and then it was kind of like, well, you know, that sucks, you know, whatever, man. But so that happened. Whatever. George ended up joining Cannibal, but he agreed to finish Millennium before he, you know, left, and he finished those two shows, and then so that's why he was going from, you know, the A room to the B room, back to the A room. So we were doing those, we were doing that album, um, at the time, we didn't know we were still putting together the label and doing all that. But what what ended up happening by the end of it all, Nuclear Blast came back to us and tried to make things right, and they ended up paying us a little money, and then they paid for the, you know, money to more or less license Millennium over in Europe, uh, and we didn't have anybody in Europe to be able to, like, distribute the album anyway, so it kinda worked out. We were like, "Okay, you know, Nuclear Blast will do it in Europe, and we'll do it in America." So that's kinda what we did, and then the problem with that is, like, you black metal had really taken over at that point, and Nuclear Blast had a bunch of black metal bands, and more or less they put the album out, but they just kinda sat on it. They really didn't end up doing anything with it, and it kinda, you know, nobody like nobody really knew about Millennium, or nobody, like, you know, we were struggling as a label to kinda to get it going. You know, we were doing ads and doing a lot of stuff to get it going, but, you know, we didn't have the problem was we really didn't have the good distribution, you know? That was kind of our main problem at the beginning, and then, let's see, so and so one of the deals was, like, at the time we were talking with Vader, and they were like, you know, "Well, we're on this System Shock label, and if you know, we need a label in the States, so if you wanna sign Vader, contact System Shock." So I contacted System Shock, and they were like, "Well, if you want Vader, you gotta sign this other band, Dark Side, too," because they were in this kind of a package deal. And at the time, you know, I wasn't necessarily a fan of Dark Side. They didn't really blow me away in any shape or form, but I was like, well, we need bands for the label let's make it a real label and like, keep things and push things forward. So I ended up signing Vader and Dark Side. It was kind of like a package deal. I flew over to Germany and I flew into Amsterdam and then I took a train from Amsterdam over to Germany and picked up all the like the back then you had to have the color separations for the artwork and whatnot, so I picked up the color separations and um signed the deal with the System Shock guy and came back and we started working on that and putting, so I was dealing with this girl from Tampa here on Kennedy Boulevard, that she, helped me with the covers and doing the advertising and putting all the graphics together for everything, booklets and whatnot. And so we released the Millennium and the Vader and the Dark Side. And then that's about that time we did that tour with Vader and Monstrosity and Broken Hope.
That's right. Yeah.
And,
So the brass.
that was actually our second US tour. Our first US tour was in '96 with Cataclysm and Dying Fetus. Dying Fetus's first tour. And, that was our first time around the US, and again, that was in my red and white van. And with my dad built like a little shelving in the back of the van where we could sleep up top and the equipment went below. And,
Nice.
we did it rough style, driving around in a little van and like with barely any air conditioner. It was brutal. Like I remember being out in Arizona just dying. But, it was from, and we weren't getting paid a lot. It was, you know, couple like we would be lucky if we making a few $100 a show, you know what I mean? It was like one of those things where but we did have some merch and, back then, that was the other thing is we really, we hadn't perfected the merch game yet, We were lucky to show up with 1 T-shirt, and that was where that was it wasn't until later on when we got the merch thing kicking, okay, and we have 2 or 3 designs, T-shirts, and have, multiple CDs to sell where, okay, now we're making a little money, we can turn this thing into something, and it's like we just back in the '90s, we were kind of oblivious to that whole thing, like it was just such a struggle, we're gonna make $250 to play at, you know, Jimbo's garage in Idaho, or whatever, it's like so, you'd be lucky to make 500 by whoa, you know, big time. But all that stuff went to expenses, you know what I mean? Like gas and whatnot, and so we were lucky if, we'd come home. We basically, all those '90s tours we did for free, basically, I mean, if not paid.
How was the I'm actually gonna play some Monstro I'm gonna play, Fatal Millennium here in a second, but I did wanna ask also, '95, you guys played Montreal, right, with Deceased and Vital Remains and,
Yeah, that was
Bitter
our
Truth.
first
How
time
was
to
that show?
Canada. That was the show with Barrett, George's last show. Um, we were supposed to play with Immolation the next night in New York. We ended up missing the gig. We just didn't wake up in time. And it was a matinee show, and we didn't make it to New York in time. Uh, it was kind of a nightmare. I think if was that the time? Yeah, I guess it was. So that was the so we rented a van in Tampa, and we got to like Maryland and picked George up, and we were pulling out of Maryland, and we're out on I-95, and some drunk guy like swerved into us and ran into the van, and it damaged the van, and like the van could have totally made it, whatever. But the dent, there was like an inch or two at the most between the metal and the tire, and it was still drivable. But whatever. Jason Morgan in particular, just he basically refused to go on without you know saying it was too dangerous to go on. I think it would have been fine, but whatever. That was the argument at the time, of the day. So we ended up going to a rental place, took the rental car back. It was totally not our fault, so that, we didn't have to worry about paying for anything with the rental. Plus we had, full insurance and stuff. We always make sure to do that. But anyway, the problem was they didn't have a van to rent. So now we're in 2 cars, and so it was, who was it? I remember it was me, George, and Barrett, I guess. And then who would it have been? I don't remember. But we had this guy Andy, this friend of ours, who he was actually trying to be the singer after George. He was like he made a quick audition, but it was obvious that it wasn't going to work with him. But he was still hanging in there, like hanging out, giving it a go. He was in the other car, and I guess Jason Morgan and I don't know who else it would have been, but whatever was in the other car. Maybe George was going back and forth. Whatever the case, there was 2. Now we were split up into 2 cars. And so the next morning, we're like, after the Canada show, we played the Canada show. We got into Canada fine, no problem, easy peasy. But, the next day after the show, it started snowing. We woke up, checked out normal checkout time, which was definitely a mistake. And then we're in 2 cars again. So like the name of the venue was Coney Island High. And it was in St. Mark's Place down in the Greenwich Village
Oh, yeah.
by CBGB's, kind of down in that area. Anyway, somehow Coney Island High, these guys end up in Coney Island, which is not any, you guys would know probably better than me, but it's not anywhere close to where, Greenwich Village. We didn't make it anyway. And and back then there was no cell phones, so we're like calling, like George's mom is like the conduit. Like we're calling George's mom, like, tell them to go to Coney Island High. It's called Coney Island High. Well, they're in Coney Island right now, but they can't get, it was just a nightmare, whatever. So then, since you asked about that show, that was that show. And so we missed playing with Immolation in New York. And that was what happened.
I'm gonna play some Fatal Millennium now. I'm gonna play Fatal Millennium from that record. Came out in 1996, and we're back with Lee Harrison after this track on the Tampa Morgue. That was Monstrosity with Fatal Millennium. And it was 1996. This is when you had some girl write you, and this is what led to the addition of Pat O'Brien eventually in the band?
Okay, so we did the we did the '96 tour with Cataclysm. I want to say we did that as a 4-piece. Um, Pretty sure.
You guys
And
did
then
Milwaukee too, right? That same year?
yeah, we did Milwaukee as a 4-piece, and then um, Mick from Slipknot was actually in the audience that night. He told me later. Anyway, that's just an aside. So Millennium, the album's available at this point. The Vader, same thing. Um, it was approached to us, from Broken Hope that, we're going to do this tour with Finberg, and it's going to be Broken Hope, and they wanted Vader and Monstrosity, so basically Conquest Music paid for Vader to come over for the plane tickets, and we paid for their merch to get printed out. We printed up a Deep Profundus shirt, and we printed up Millennium shirts. And then, so from there, it was right around this time. We have this tour lined up now. And this girl, her name was Angie. She had she had been writing back and forth with us, and I almost want to say the internet was going, or maybe it was just faxes. I don't know. I can't remember. It's too long ago. But yeah, I want to say faxes almost. But anyway, um, she sent me like the demo for Opeth. She was a big Opeth fan, and this was like Opeth was brand new at this point. Like nobody, like they were still like way underground. But she's telling me about Opeth, and oh how great they are, and oh this, sending me other stuff. And anyway, she's like, yeah, I got this guitar player friend. I can't tell you he's in a big band, but I can't tell you what band he's in. Um, until I'll let him tell you when later, but he wants to try out for you guys. I said, okay, well, we got this tour coming up. So if he wants to do this tour, he needs to be here by like when, the tour was in March. So he would have needed to been, basically by, February 96, he needs to be in Tampa, working on material. And Jason Morgan, he would handwrite the tablatures for people. Like he did that. Like it's like, dude, we got photocopiers, like we got, but whatever. He would. Yeah, I commend the guy, man. He had the patience to do that. He would handwrite out the tablatures, and obviously, eventually we made copies, and that's, I still got them to this day. Um, but back then, like I remember Jeff from who ended up becoming the Diabolic guitar player, Jeff Parrish. Tux made out a whole set of tablatures for him, hand printed. Pat O'Brien, hand printed tablatures, you know what I mean? It's like the guy, and he did it for somebody else too. But whatever. Um, so Pat, I don't know if we sent him the tablature or how it worked exactly, but sure enough, okay, well, who is this dude? We got to know his name if he's coming out here. Okay, he's Pat, and he plays with Nevermore, and I was actually a Sanctuary fan, so like, and I didn't know, like I didn't recognize it. I had obviously fallen out. I had the first album Nevermore, but I didn't have the second one, so I didn't recognize the name at all, and I was like, "Who? Who's this guy?" Okay, sure, have him come out, whatever. So he showed up, and him and Jason Morgan, woodshedded the tunes and got him up to snuff, and so um, he actually kind of struggled on that tour, with his tunings and like I remember like there was tunes where he'd like just bow out and like walk off the stage, like he'd like go sit down and like it's like, dude. So like he definitely like it wasn't an easy gig for him, and Tux was on fire. I mean, Tux is undeniable. So like, you know, I think whatever, I don't know if they had some sort of competition going or what, but there was, for whatever reason, like um not that it didn't work out because it was working out and he was doing great, but like even like trying to write with Pat O'Brien, it was like weird, man. Like some of the riffs that he would write, like I couldn't even find one. It was like real notey, like I mean, it was killer stuff. I mean, it was like if I would have had more time to like figure it out, we definitely could have wrote some killer stuff. There's no question about that. I know that for sure. But, we just never really got the time, there was only a couple times where we actually jammed on original material. So, but, yeah, pretty much after the tour, like, it was the tour, we got through that tour, and at the end of it, he went back to LA, and, um, you know, he Barrett was living at my house at the time. Barrett had lived in my house previously, so that's kinda how the whole thing happened anyway with them getting George and Barrett playing with us in Peru and, like, 'cause he was there for it all, he was hanging around the house. Um, yeah, so to intersect the 2, so I had lived in that trailer for a couple years, but then I ended up getting a job at a bakery, and I ended up getting this house where I've been at this same house since 1993. I still live there now, that's where I'm talking to you from. So this house, since like 93, I've been here. So Barrett moved in at like 94 or so, 95 at the latest. Um, but yeah, so 94, 95, 96, he was here. And so that's kind of how that cannibal intersection happens, is through Barrett living here. Um, and yeah, so when uh when after that Broken Hope tour, Pat's up back in California. Barrett basically came home from a Chile. I think they went to Chile, and he said, uh, "Man, I'm done with Cannibal. oh man, what's going on? Yeah, I don't know, whatever. It just didn't work out, blah, blah, blah. I said, who do you think they're gonna get? He's like, well, I don't know. I think they mentioned Pat O'Brien. I was like, ah, these guys, what the hell, man? Like, of course. So it was just, uh, and he wasn't in the band long enough to make it where it was, it wasn't the end of the world. I wasn't mad necessarily about that. I had no hard feelings. I mean, maybe for 5 minutes. It's like, dude, out of all the people in the world, you just got George. Now you got to come get me again. You can't like go to somebody else and get their guitar. No, whatever, man. But like I said, he was only in the band for that one tour, and like it was
You
what
had
it
some
was.
kid Pat, right? Yeah, after Pat, you had a 19-year-old kid named Jamie play with you guys for a while?
Yeah. Well, so then, well, actually, let me think how that worked. How did that work? So we had a kid named Jamie Harris come in, and he was hilarious. He was like he should have been a comedian because he was funny. He was he kept us laughing. But he was one of Kelly Conlon's friends, and, he came in and we d his issue, if you will, or whatever, his thing was that he had a like he was kinda like a John Petrucci where he had to put one leg up on a stool almost to play. Like, he had, like we called it his shine box. We're like, "Go get your shine box."
So at gigs, you have to have, like, a chair or
Like,
something for
he literally had, like a little box that had, like he would store his pedals, like a pedal case or whatever, but, it was like he would have to have that to play these songs, like, play these solos and whatnot. And the thing was is he was good, but he was kinda struggling, he, like, wasn't quite up to after Tux, Jason Morgan, it's kinda, the bar's set pretty high at that point, and so we knew we weren't gonna get anybody as good as him, but we might be able to find somebody close. And while Jamie was good, he was kinda like a Band-Aid to get us to the next wave. And so and then one of the other issues was that his his parents owned a Christmas shop, and, like, they sold Christmas stuff, and and then the other problem too was that Jamie lived in St. Augustine, which is pretty far from Tampa. It's not New York, but it's still pretty far. Um, so, um, I guess I can tell the story now since he's not with us anymore. Um, so basically he had a cocaine problem and a drinking problem. Which wasn't really a problem for us. We didn't notice, we didn't see any of that, you know what I mean? But he drank around us, but it really wasn't a problem. He was able to play and there wasn't an issue, but apparently, I guess he was partying over with in St. Augustine, and he had gotten arrested, I think, for cocaine, and man, his parents were not happy, and they were not gonna let him go play with us. We had a show at the Mug, and, like, we had to, like, call his parents at the Christmas store and, like, beg them to let him play the show. And like, "Hey, we got people flying in from wherever, and, this is a very important show to us. We can't, like." And so he was able to finish the show, but he had to go back and work at the Christmas shop. He wasn't allowed to play with us anymore. And so that kinda ended his career with us, and there were some other funny stories that I can't mention, but he was definitely a character. Um,
and that's what, Jay Fernandez next, 98, I
so then,
believe? He comes
we're kinda like at the end of, what do we do now? So that's when Avery called in Jay Fernandez, and I was like, "Well, you think he's gonna be able to. Oh, he'll definitely be able to do it. Yeah, he'll do good, whatever." So, and things did actually, it was like you know, everybody was kind of pumped up and excited, and Avery was full of concepts, and like I said, and we came in, and if not the first thing, one of the first things we put together was Angel's Venom, and you know, that was me and him collaborating. You know, it was Jay's riff, but then you know, it was my arrangement with you know, the slow part, and then we put the double bass, and then we go back to the slow part, and then we do the double bass, and then we stop, and then we go into it's the same riff, but it's like double time, so it's down, 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 you know. So that was like my idea, even though it's Jay's riff. Like all those arrangement ideas are mine. So like whatever, for whatever it's worth, to anybody calculating and keeping score. So yeah, and then Avery would like come in with riffs too. He like, I think that lead section riff was Avery's. Um, and like the song "I Have Judgment," you know, those were like Avery's riffs. So like even he was coming in with riffs and like, um, but you know, basically we were working together, the three of us, and you know, coming up with you know, what was the other songs? Like Shapeless Domination, that was my song, but, you know, Jay was willing to play my song so that, you know, all of a sudden, you know, there's another song in the set, okay, Destroying Divinity, that was later on, that was kinda one of the last songs that we wrote. Trying to think, Embraced by Apathy, that was another one that Jay we kinda hashed out in the jam room where I have a couple riffs in there, and I think Avery might have one. But, like, the main beginning riffs, those are Jay's. Um, but pretty much everybody was, you know, on board. We actually did a demo at, Audio Lab. We did, Angel's Venom, Embraced by Apathy, and Eye of Judgment, and then we did a Bathory cover as, like, the 4th song, and we never released that demo. It's, I still got it. It's unreleased. Like, it may or may not come out one day on a dark,
What
gritty
Bathory cover
box.
did you do?
Total Destruction. And then, the problem with that demo, the guitars, like Jay's guitar sounds kinda like sounds kinda weak. It just wasn't distorted enough. I don't know what it was, but it just I don't know, the guitars are a little weak. Anyway, we sent that to Nuclear Blast, and, they didn't like it. They weren't crazy about it. And, they more or less they passed on it, really. And, you know, whatever. We were still gonna move ahead. Um, so it was not long after that, we had this label from Germany called Metal Age Records, and it was these 2 brothers, and they had previously done a record label called Turbo Records, and, um, he's his latest thing is Metal Bastard Records, if you've heard of that.
I got fucked
Um,
from that label. It's Oliver,
huh?
right?
Yes, at the time, you know, I had remembered seeing the Turbo Records ads, so I knew who they were, but they were like it was Oliver and somebody else, I forget the other guy's name, but, they were doing a new label, and they had Sony distribution in Europe, and they had their big project they were working on was AC/DC Bonfire, the box set. I don't know if you remember they did this box set called Bonfire. And, you know, I was kinda like, "Oh, well, that's kinda cool," you know? Anyway, the cool thing was, you know, so they offered us they gave us a good advance for In Dark Purity, and, it was enough to cover for the studio cost, you know? And, we were kinda like, "Okay, cool," you know, it's not the biggest label, but it's enough to keep us, you know, maybe it'll turn into you know, because Nuclear Blast wasn't big when they started either, you know what I mean? So we thought it could be something like that where it would turn into a big thing if they played their cards right, you know what I mean? And they had money and you know, they had AC/DC and they had this, that, and the other, and whatever. So I'm like, "Cool," you know? Well, we recorded the drums and the guitars for In Dark Purity. Oh, well, let me dial it back a notch here. So basically what happened in that in the months leading up to that, we have a tour lined up with Vader and hmm, I want to is it Cataclysm, Vader and Cataclysm, and maybe one more band, which I can't remember who it is. Anyway, whatever, doesn't matter. Vader and Cataclysm, and this is towards the end of '98. Um, so we got we got the budget for the album, so that more sounds booked, more or less. We got this tour coming up, so basically, we're going to record. The plan is to record, the first half of the album, go do the tour, and then record the second half of the album. We end up going to Colombia with Jay Fernandez, and I mean, he was scared to go. He didn't know what to do. Kelly Conlon didn't even go. He bowed out totally. Came up with some excuse that his mom was sick and he wasn't going to leave the country with his mom sick. But I'm sorry, Kelly. I love you, brother, but you were scared, and that's just the facts. And okay, you don't want to leave the country with your mom sick. I get it. Okay. But and it was, it was something new and it was a little dangerous and a little risky, I'm not gonna lie, we were a little nervous too, but dude, going down there, it was like being in the Beatles for a day, like you go down there and like Jay after like he almost like he was like I won't say he was in tears, but he was definitely upset. Like he didn't know what to do. He didn't know if he wanted to go or not. We were in Miami, we were kind of stuck in Miami and the second ticket hadn't gone through yet, you know what I mean? And like we didn't know what was going on here. And like he's like, man, this guy, what's gonna happen to us, And I was a little nervous too, but anyway, the show must go on. The ticket came, and so we went. And like he thanked us he's like, dude, thanks for making me go, man. Thank you for making me go. And so we ended up going, and the issue with that was that and it was kind of a good issue for in our case because we we got down there and we were struggling. We got through like the first three songs and we're not playing good at all. We're having a rough show. It's like not going good. But luckily, like then the riot police show up. They got like machine guns and like the shields and all this stuff, and they shut the show down. We didn't have a permit to do this show. And so now we're in a backstage where there's no back door. It's like we're trapped in this backstage, and we're in the backstage, the fans, and then outside of the police, and the fans are pissed because they didn't get a full show, and they paid for a show, and I mean it was a packed room. It was probably 1,000 people, 1,500 people there. I mean it was a good room, and these people were not, they were pissed, and we got to get out of the building, and we can't get out of the building because we can't get through this crowd, so we just got to sit there and wait backstage. They're spitting all over the equipment, and they're throwing shit and tearing shit up, and the police finally get them out, and they break it all up, and so we only got to play three songs, really probably even two and a half. I don't even know if we made it to the third song, but I was kind of glad because we were eating shit anyway. Um, but it was still cool to, hang out in Bogota, and it was beautiful. Like it was, and nobody had been there. Like maybe Incantation, maybe Napalm, but other than that, like even the big band, like Metallica had never been there, Dio had never been there. Nobody big had been there at all. Like this was totally uncharted ground. So we were happy about that, and the show was only booked for like a week and a half because Jay didn't his passport, he didn't have his passport. It didn't come in time or there was some issue. So like we had originally scheduled and then we had to cancel and then his got his passport and then like it was like a week later we're down in Bogota and like there's still like a packed room, it was amazing to us. you know, but so
What was it,
whatever.
80,000 people?
No, that wasn't that one yet. So that was our first time. Like I said, there was maybe 1,000, 1,500 people on that one. Um, so anyway, we came back, and that's when we did the benefit show um, that I was talking about earlier
Yeah.
with
The
with
deicide benefit.
deicide benefit that benefited deicide. Um, we'll leave it at
I
that.
just
Um, so then that was the only that was another rough show, but we actually played a lot of the In Dark Purity material before the album came out, like before it was even recorded. You know, we tested a lot of that. And we played Suffering to the Conquered, we played Angel's Venom, we played Embraced by Apathy. I mean, we played quite a few of those songs and kind of tested them out on the audience. Anyway, so at this point now, so now we have more sound book. Now we have that tour with what'd I say, Vader and Cataclysm. And then halfway through that tour, the Vader Cataclysm tour was going to hook up with the Cannibal Dark Funeral tour, and we were going to do 8 festival shows. So there was some big shows in there too, you know, on that part of that tour. So not only were we going to do a regular tour, but we were going to do some big festival dates too, you know, that were going to be even bigger. So it was like we had stuff kicking, you know what I mean? We had stuff going on. And Fernandez, for whatever reason, you know, like, okay, well, another side fucking journey here. So we had another kid named Jamie come along in the meantime when we were it was Jay Fernandez, and then we were trying to break in Jamie to be the second guitar player, and his name was Jamie Osborne, and he was he was kind of like an okay player, where like he wasn't like a crazy lead player, but he learned the riffs and he learned them note for note and he would play them. Like he knew exactly how every riff went perfectly, you know. So like he was a good player on that end, you know. So like he he was good. So anyway, we're trying to break this Jamie kid in for the tour, and Fernandez is just not showing up for practice, you know? And the problem was he wasn't even being honest with us, you know? He'd be like, "Yeah, dude, I'll be there, man. I'll be there." And then he wouldn't show, you know? Okay, then the next day it's like, "Hey, dude, you know, we're jamming at 7. You gonna be there?" He's like, "Yeah, man, uh, you know," or no, like he'd be like one time he'd be like, "No, I can't make it. My girlfriend, this, that, and the other." Okay. Well, okay, then the next day, he's like, "You know, Jamie's coming out tonight, man. You gonna be able to make it?" Like, you know, okay, well, so right as this is happening, I get an email or yeah, whatever, a phone call, whatever. I don't even remember how it was, the contact, but Derek Roddy gets in touch with me and he says, "Hey man, are you guys still looking for a guitar player? I got this guy, Tony Norman. He's looking for a gig." And I was like, I said, "I got people right now, but I'll check them out, have them come down." You know what I mean? I'll check him out and see what he's got, you know, because I was thinking more for the Jamie kid, you know, I was thinking Jamie might not work out, you know, because he was a young kid. He was like 19, you know, and we were already like, by then we were what? We were, you know, we were getting older. Um, anyway, so I told him, I was like, "Yeah, let me check him out." So anyway, sure enough, here comes Tony Norman, like, and his old lady, his this little infant, like, Tony's old lady's like running the show. She's like barking the orders and stuff, you know, like this is how it's. Yeah, okay, we're gonna do, we're doing this, you know, and he's like, from what I understand, like he would have never even called or even got in touch if it weren't for the girl, you know, like that she was more or less dictating what was going on. Like, but Tony came, you know, so like we actually we like we didn't tell Jamie about Tony because like I said, I didn't know if it was, you know, who was doing what. So we basically like kind of it wasn't in the middle of the night because it was the middle of the day, but more or less we snuck Tony in and had a jam with him. and he did killer. He had an amp. He he could play the songs. He could sit there and not like stare at his guitar neck. You know what I mean? Like he could play without looking. That was impressive to us at the time. It was like this guy's can actually play. And he was definitely a step above. Um, so I was like, all right, dude. Well, let me figure out what's going on here. And so he went back to South Carolina, and you know, it was kind of like this kid's young and he's ready to go, and he's you know got it together. He's got whatever he can play, and he's can play leads. He's killer. Um, Jamie, he's showing up. He can play the rhythms. He's a strong guy. Fernandez is not showing up, and he's you know like not showing interest. And we got all this stuff going on. So I said, "Look, well, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get Jason Morgan. I'm gonna call him, and I'm gonna get him to play on the album, and then from there we can we'll have Tony. Well, how it worked out. We'll have Tony play the lead. Do some leads, and then we can basically present the new band with Tony. And Tux isn't going to be in the band anymore, so we don't need to have him in the pictures and the whatever anymore. And so that's kind of how that worked. We ended up recording. Jason Morgan came down. He learned those In Dark Purity songs like no problem. Like that was nothing for him. Um, so he came in, and then like that solo for Suffering to the Conquered. Um, Jay was talking about it on a podcast that he just did, so I'll go ahead and I'll give him the answers that he didn't have on that podcast. Uh, basically, he had done this. We had done a working demo like of the song "Suffering to the Conquered," and he did this solo off the cuff, and it was killer. And I mean, I fell in love with the solo. And so later on, like a month later or so, we had re-recorded on a different demo of the same song. And I was trying, all right, do that solo, man. I was like, dude, you got to do that solo. And he just did something else. He couldn't recreate that solo. You know what I mean? I tried with him. I remember recording with him. I was like, dude, and so like he came up with something else, and it just wasn't as cool to me. You know what I mean? So when it came time to do the In Dark Purity, I gave Jason Morgan that original solo. And I was like, here, dude, nail this solo. And so like he not only did he nail it, he nailed it out. Like he like tightened it up even more. And like he did it. He blew Jim Morris away. He did it in one take. And it was like perfect. And it was like, well, we can't let it go like that. We at least got to do it again. Just, I mean, we're gonna, we really didn't need to do it again. It was perfect. We did it again just because it was too easy. You know what I mean? It was like, so he did it a couple more times, and whatever, he fixed it, made it whatever it was. But, I've always loved that solo, and I thank Jay for writing it. It is killer. Um, And he kinda he said he was mad about it at the time, whatever, but, you know, it was a killer solo, and it probably wouldn't have been there had Jay stayed in the band, you know what I mean? So, like, you know, to me, uh, it was just part of the song, and it was destiny for it to be there, and I had to make sure it got there. Um, but, Jason Morgan, to his credit, he did great, he played all the parts. Fix tighten some things up here and there, but for the most part, he just played the riffs the way they were written. And then, he was out of the band, and that was kind of the last we actually worked with him. And, so then Jay was like, 'cause like I said, we had stuff going on and he wasn't showing up. So basically I decided it's going to be, Tony Norman and Jamie Osborne. Those guys are going to be the two guitar players. So we ended up going to Europe doing that Vader tour with those guys. So now it's me, Kelly Conlon, Jamie Osborne, Tony Norman, and Jason Avery. And we killed that. We had a great tour. That tour we played great. Everything was good. We came back. The plan was for Jamie Osborne to do a solo and to have Tony do some solos. So Tony came in and um did like this the Angel of Death thing. That was a cover we did where
Yeah, you guys a Slayer cover you did.
I didn't, I thought that, Tony would just come in and whammy dive some BS just to get through the solo, I didn't but no, he took it and, like, really tried to, like, fine tune, like, the way that those, the whammy dives that are there, he tried to recreate them and, like, really took the time to, like, do the killer solos, so, like, he really, stepped up to the plate and his solos were killer, so we were happy with Tony. Jamie, unfortunately, like, there was some personal issues, which I definitely won't get into on this. Um, there were some personal issues, but then at the same time, it was the green thing, like, where he was new to the whole thing, and, like, when he went to record his guitar solo, like, he faced the wall, like, he was like, I don't know what it was, but, like, it was him, I don't know. He didn't wanna see what we want us to see what he was playing or whatever. Whatever, he got through the solo. It's on Dark Purity on the song Dark Purity. If you listen to the solo, it's just kind of like an offshoot solo, whatever, but it's not bad. Good. But it just it was kinda like, yeah, like he definitely had a ways to go before he was gonna be in the driver's seat, and that was obvious, and then the aforementioned personal issues, he just kinda and then what I think what made it, uh, what for him, I think, drove it home was on the credits on the album. We just, I thanked him for his, we didn't make him I didn't make him a part of the promotion of the album. I just made Tony, we did it as a four-piece, kinda like we're doing this new album, we're just promoting it as a four-piece.
And with that Purity album, that's you were actually really satisfied with that, the mix on that compared to,
That was
like,
the
the
first
previous.
time, yeah, where, like, everything kinda now I can hear some limitations on it just because it's been, however many years, 20 something years, but at the time and for the longest time, that was the album where I would want people to listen to that first just because the drums are good, it's not the overly triggered Imperial Doom, it's not like with Millennium, we mixed it down at Criteria, and they didn't know what to do with the death metal drums. They didn't know how to trigger the bass drums, believe it or not. And so the drums are natural on Millennium because of that. And while they sound good and to all the purists, the Chevy Dunes out there and the purists, they probably love it. But to me, it wasn't powerful enough. The drums aren't powerful enough. And it's just because, so in Dark Purity, it was the sensible triggering where it's not one dimensional. It has dynamics. If I hit the drum lighter, the trigger goes lighter. If I hit the drum hard, the trigger goes hard. So within Dark Purity, there's dynamics in that whole thing. So where it's the power and the crushing drum sound is there, but it's not like obnoxiously triggered like Imperial Doom was.
And you mentioned earlier too, this is when Jason Avery leaves after this period, right? He gets more interested in tattooing and leaves the
Well,
band, then I think you got
it was he lasted a good little bit. He lasted, I'd say, till that would have been 2000
2001
probably.
maybe?
Yeah, it was in 2000 when he started doing the tattoo. That tour, that particular tour, I think I'm gonna say it was 2001, probably when he actually quit the band. But he was on his way out. You could tell, like, he was getting less and less interested.
And that's what Bobby Earl fills in for him that does the
Yeah.
touring
But
for
we
the band?
the big tour we did for Dark Purity was that Dimmu Borgir tour. That was a huge tour for us. And, we did 30 shows across
Uh,
the US with Dimmu Borgir and Samael.
Desecration.
And, well, the Desecration was a little later. Yeah. But the Dimmu Borgir, Samael, and Epoch of Unlight, they were the openers. And, that was a really good tour. That exposed us to a lot of people. We had Dark Purity was in the, Best Buy. There was 5 copies, like, in every Best Buy. And, so we had the good distribution. That was kind of one of the things we went to Olympic because Conquest we didn't have the good distribution, so we more or less signed with Olympic just to get their distribution. And then kinda by the end of that, Conquest got we ended up getting Big Daddy distribution, so we ended up with our own distribution in the end anyway. So for, like, Millennium and the Diabolic album and, um, some, Under Threat, we ended up doing that under Big Daddy, and, so yeah, but at the time, it was like they were connected, Olympic, it was like a piggyback on a piggyback. It was like Olympic, Slip Disc, Polygram, but it worked out where, like, the same people that were pushing Shania Twain were pushing Monstrosity. So it was kinda cool in that respect, plus, having 5 copies of Dark Purity in every Best Buy where, that was kind of unheard of at the time, for most bands. It was hard to get into Best Buy.
Oh, yeah, I remember Best Buy used to have the big CD selection in there and stuff. Um, and then what you mentioned earlier that Sam Molina enters the band at that time period doing the
Right.
vocals and stuff. And then you guys do the Rise of Power. That's you and Tony writing most of that record?
Yep, me and Tony and Sam a little bit, as far as vocals, or lyrics, and, me and Tony writing the music. That was kinda like the peak as far as some of those like that was that Bogota show that you were talking about with 80,000 people, and, uh, we did
You guys
Venezuela.
played that as a four-piece, right? The Bogota
Well,
show?
okay, well, that's a story too. Um, we did Puerto Rico, Venezuela, and Bogota, Colombia, kind of all in that same several month period. And, um, I guess the Colombia show was the last one of the 3. So I guess um, we did Puerto Rico and then the Venezuela, because Tony was there for that. And then that was around the time Morbid Angel called for Tony and, whatever. According to Tony, Trey was obsessive and wouldn't allow Tony to play the show. I don't know that I believe that, and, whatever. It is what it is, but I was like the night before, I was like, "Dude, we have a plane ticket for you to leave tomorrow to go play in front of thousands and thousands of people." But, he's like, "Well."
80,000, right?
Yeah, turned out to be 80,000 people. We knew it was gonna be huge, but we didn't know it was gonna be that big. Um, and it's like, "Dude, come on, man, you finish the show out and then you can go do the Morbid thing." They still had, like, 2 weeks before the tour was supposed to start, and Tony is a quick learner. He didn't need to he coulda sacrificed 1 weekend to go, you know, to not hang out at the warehouse with Trey and sit around and smoke cigarettes and drink coffee, you know what I mean? Love you, brothers, but, that's the reality of it. Um to go play a show in Bogota, Colombia in front of 80,000 people, you know what I mean? And have a killer, amazing show. We had an okay show, we had a good show, but it was kind of like, there was no solos, so it was just all the rhythms, you know what I mean? And we played a shorter set, a little bit of a shorter set, but it wasn't as bad as I had thought it was gonna be in my head, you know what I mean? In my head, it was gonna be worse, but, um we did it, and we got through it, and we played in front of 80,000 people, and it was that's still to date our biggest show, you know. Um, but at the same time, I was kind of, you know, I wasn't happy with Tony Norman, that's for sure. We did
And
end up
that's when
playing.
Mark English comes back, right?
So that yeah, at the time, like Mark English kind of had like a Tool band kind of going, like a uh, it was an original band, but it kind of had like Tool influence or like Deftones or something like that. It was kind of more of a different thing and kind of a clean, you know. And I was just, it was something to do on the side. I was helping him out with his what he was trying to do, and it was kind of right around this time that um, we had. We had an offer for 33 shows in 33 days. Well, no, I take that back. We had already Avery was still involved, and, it was kind of a transition period because in the '90s, everybody used this guy named Johan to do the tours. He was in charge, you know, he booked everybody like Malevolent and Morbid Angel and Deicide and all the bands, you know. He was the guy, and it was him and his wife did a little booking thing, and he provided the bus, and he did it all, you know. And we had worked with we worked with Johan on that Cataclysm Vader tour. We worked on him with, what was it? It was, Dying Fetus. We did a Dying Fetus tour. Um, so on the Dying Fetus tour, this was Sam singing at that point, and we did like I wanna say we did like 30 shows with 25, 30 shows with Dying Fetus, and then at the very end, we did 10 Polish festivals on our own headlining, and those 10 shows festivals were with Massive Music before they kinda were really Massive Music. They were, it's basically Vader's management, um, and those 10 show like, the Johann shows were cool, they you know, they all happened, we got paid, there was no problem, bus was nice, everything was fine, but when we did those 10 Polish shows, like, the stage traveled with us every night, like, they tore down the stage and then the next take it to the next venue and build the stage, and I mean, this crew was on fire, man, these guys what I don't think was realized is that they were all on speed, and so, like, they were like everything was done to like a T and done quick. And, like, until, like, the 7th show, they ran out of speed, and all of a sudden, like, things weren't things weren't bad, but the things weren't perfect. That's where we noticed, like, a little bit of, like, "Hey, what happened?" You know? I mean, like, we shoulda known something because when we left Dying Fetus at the end of that tour, we they left us in France, on the coast of France, and we had to drive 24 hours in like, a little VW Bug practically all the way to Warsaw, Poland, and so, like, 2 guys show up in this little dinky car, and they're like, "Alright, we're gonna take you to Poland. Alright. Alright, cool, so you're gonna, like" we're talking to the 2 guys, so I was like, "You're gonna drive, and then he's gonna drive?" He's like, "No, he's the driver, I'm the translator." I was like, "Right, but we're going 24 hours in one shot. You're gonna split it up, right?" He's like, "No, I'm the translator. He's the driver." I was like, "Well, dude, that's crazy. You know, what are you talking about, you know?" But sure enough, that's exactly what happened. That guy drove that whole way like it was nothing.
Damn.
And it was because he was on speed, you know what I mean? He just he was still awake, like, after like, we got to Poland, and he's, like, hours and hours later, like, we were sleeping in the back of the car, you know what I mean? But, like, we're now in Warsaw, and he's still running around, you know what I mean? Like, hours after that, like, he's still going, you know? So, it was
God
just
damn.
crazy to us, like, we didn't know about any of that stuff, and, like, we were amazed, but, yeah, like, so we were just impressed with the way everybody was you know, the way things were being handled and that like everything was super professional. Everything was, you know. Anyway, so fast forward. Well, a quick fast forward. He ended up becoming the booking agent that we're still working with to this day. Um, but to back up, so after that tour, we ended up going in. I don't know if Rise to Power was done yet. I think this might have been before Rise to Power. I can't keep it together. But anyway, if I thought about it long enough, I could figure it out. But for the sake of this, I'll just get through it. Anyway, I guess so. Rise to Power was like in the stores now. We had Metal Blade. Um, another side note, so in the meantime, we had uh, we had gone with that Metal Age thing. They had failed on the record as far as there's such a long dude. I'm telling you, we could be here for 20 hours. Um, Basically, they dropped the ball. The Metal Age dropped the ball, and we ended up re-signing with Hammerheart for Europe. And they released Diabolic. They released In Dark Purity. They released Millennium over in Europe. They did those, but then at some point, that I guess the contract was over, and we needed somebody to release the new album. And in the meantime, I was talking with this guy, Michael Tringert. Michael Tringert was the number 2 at Nuclear Blast when we did Imperial Doom. And so the number 1 was Marcus Steiger. He's the owner of Nuclear Blast, but the number 2 was a guy named Michael Tringert. And that's who we dealt with back in the day when we were doing our day-to-day stuff, as far as the tour and all that. So we knew Michael from then. Michael had since left Nuclear Blast. He did his own little thing for a minute, but then he ended up becoming Metal Blade Europe. And so at the time, Conquest Music, I had Big Daddy distribution going, and things were looking good with that. We were going to have Rise to Power in the stores. Our album was coming out September 23rd, 2003. We didn't have Europe quite situated yet. Hammerheart thing was kind of had fallen apart for whatever reason. I can't even remember. But so we ended up, I ended up somehow getting in touch with Michael Tringert, and he was doing Metal Blade, and he asked, hey, would you guys, want to release the album in Europe, over here? So we're like, yeah, man, cool. So we ended up working out a deal, and that's, it was actually ended up becoming a good thing. So we were on Metal Blade in Europe for Rise to Power. Anyway, in the meantime, Avery he had met this girl from Germany named Sinya, and she was friends with this guy who worked at Noise Records, which was Celtic Frost, famous for Celtic Frost, Celtic, whatever you want to call them, your choice. Anyway, he said he's starting a booking agency, and he'll get us more money and do this, that, and the other. Anyway, that was kind of a mistake on our behalf. It was definitely a mistake. We were taking a chance because number 1, we're doing something without Johan, which which we didn't know at the time, but Johan was done anyway. We didn't know that at the time. But so we were kind of taking a risk by not we didn't know if it would piss off Johan, but we were willing to, for whatever reason, we took a chance, you know what I mean? And went with this guy that Avery was talking about, okay, he's going to book. So anyway, he booked the tour. And how it worked with Johan was we would front the plane tickets. I would pay the plane tickets, and then we would get the money out of the show money, and so I'd get paid back. And with Johan, that worked out fine. There was never a problem. I got my money. So yeah, we did. We started that tour. I guess it was in Austria, and then we did. I remember the third show was that Halford Club, and pretty much the guy the book, his name was Jens, and the first night, okay, we didn't see him and we didn't get paid, okay, no big deal. Second show, he was, oh, I'm going to see you tomorrow. I'll be at I'm gonna be at the club tomorrow night. You'll get paid then. Um, so this was the show where he was from. So like he lived like just down the street from the club. So um, at the end of the night, like we shouldn't even play the show before we got paid without like dealing with them. But he, I just didn't think anything. I really didn't suspect any problems because everything in our previous tours had gone so smooth and like um but anyway, at the end of the night, the guy like pretty much disappears. Now it's a case of the bus driver saying, "Hey man, I'm not getting paid either." And, basically I need, it's either $300 to get me to the next show or it's $300 to take you to the airport. What do you want to do? And Avery and it might have been Conlon. I don't know who else went with him, but somebody else went with him. They all went over to that guy's house and like was beating on his door and, you know, guy more or less slipped out in the middle of the night. And what it came down to is that uh he was using the show money. Uh he didn't have any money of his own. Like, there's a lot of upstart, costs at the beginning of a tour to where like you got to have money in the bank if you're a promoter, and then you kind of get as the shows start piling up, then you can make the money back. And he was just trying to totally bankroll the tour from the money that we were bringing in on the shows. Which, to be honest, the shows weren't that great. But we did our part. It's like um anyway. So when it came down to it, it was we paid. I don't know. I don't really remember exactly how it went down. If I paid out of my pocket or whether, but or we had the guy had paid 300, which I can't. I don't think he had because he didn't pay anything. I don't remember that. So, but pretty much we just decided to go to the airport and call it a day. Things weren't going like they were supposed to be going. Um, that was that band Dark Disciple were the openers. And we ended up just pretty much hitting the airport and coming home. And then to add insult to injury, at the time, Metal Blade kind of put it out on us, so it ended up in Blabbermouth as like, you know, there was some sentence like, drawing no people is no fun for band or the, whatever. And that was like the big quote, so it's like, man, it was like, it all ended up getting put on us where, you know, I don't know. It was a nightmare. So that kind of like at that point, Avery was discouraged. He was kind of back, in tattoo world, and he had actually previously met the girl from Germany. So he was, but he had seen her again when we were over there. So like he was back in love with her again, or whatever it was. I don't remember, but he was dealing with her again. Um, so things kind of just died out, everybody kind of went and licked their wounds. And that was kind of the end of the Rise to Power thing. Like all that big touring we had done, like the Puerto Rico and Venezuela Rock Al Park Festival with 80,000 people, that was right when the album was coming out. So like, and then so that tour was the kind of the end of the line for Rise to Power. We didn't do anything after that. So, I ended up, like I said, everybody went home, licked their wounds, and thing kind of fell apart more or less.
Yeah, I'm
Um,
gonna play a track from the Rise of Power here in a second too. I'm gonna play the Chemical Reaction off of that. And I did wanna ask you a couple questions before we played that because we didn't mention I know Ed actually mentioned this to me too. 2001, Mike Pagioni, came into the band.
right. Yeah. That's, well, like Avery and Conlon really, they were having problems with each other. I mean, there was no fist fights or anything like that, but they were just, they would like pick on each other. Like, I have a video of coming back to Europe where, like, Avery would, like, he, like, wrote on, like, with magic marker on his hand, you know, like, and, like, was, like, putting, like, a coffee stirrer up his nose, you know, so while he's, like, sleeping on the plane, so, like, he gets up and he thinks that, like, his face, he doesn't know if his face is, like, covered with, like, magic markers, you know, so he's like I remember the horror that he had, the look on his face as he's walking to the bathroom, like, thinking that everybody's staring at him because so then, like, you know, Avery, of course, you know, we're on, like, an 8-hour flight, so then Avery passes out, and so, like, now Conlon's messing with him, so I have the video, I need to transfer it, I'm sure it's hilarious, but, so they would do stupid stuff like that, you know, just playing with each other and whatever, it just and I don't remember what actually led to it, but pretty much at that, the Metal Awards show that we played, that was, like, the second thing we did with Jay Fernandez. That was kinda like the farewell, and, that's where we I can't no, I guess because, Execration was going, and we knew Steve, and so, like, that's how we met Mike, and that's where we became aware of him, and pretty much, you know, we had some tour or something lined up where it was like, "Hey, man, you wanna fill in for this tour?" And he did, so, that's how that happened, and, yeah, he was with us
Yep,
for a number of years, several albums,
yep.
so
And when you did A Rise of Power too, you did that at, Audio Hammer in Sanford
yeah, that was the
with,
first
Jason
one
Suecof?
where we kind of ventured out of Morrisound, just, we were kinda looking for a way to do the albums for cheaper, you know, we were looking for a bargain so we could actually, you know, because for the most part, all the money that we had ever brought in kinda went to pay for the recordings, you know, um the albums weren't cheap, you know, but they were we knew we knew at the same time that we had to spend the money to make it the quality album too, and that it was worth it to make quality albums. We weren't worried about like just going in and recording at some cheap studio just to get something out. That wasn't our thing at all. You know, we knew that part of our success was going into a, like a, you know, and having the killer productions at you know, for more sound. But, you know, Jason Suecof, he had a band called Capharnum, and Mike Pagioni was actually in that. Speaking of Mike Pagioni, he was the bass player on that album, and it featured Matt Heafy from Trivium. He was the singer on that album, and so it was real technical, kind of like super suffocation, kind of like real notey riffs, like. But it was a killer album, and the production on it was killer. So I was like, you know, well, if we can get that kind of production, you know, you know, we'll be, you know, and he promised, yeah, you know, you'll save some money and you come out here and do it, you know, it'll be great, blah, blah, blah. And I met Jason in Connecticut on the Millennium when we did that 97 tour with Broken Hope and Vader. And I remember talking with him a bunch outside of the bus. And, so I'd met him then. He was just a kid. I think he might have been just 16 at that point, but, he was definitely a young guy, and, like, I know Chuck had been out to his house, so, like, I knew, you know, he was getting it going, you know, for sure, and I think he had, like, you know, Jim Morris and Tom Morris, they, you know, they helped him get his studio going and made sure that he was gonna have I think Tom even, like, came up with, like, the architectural plans for his studio to, like, have it all, you know, uh, correct as far as, like, you know, where the s everything was as far as directing the sound and, like, all that kinda stuff. So, um, and told him what mics to get, what preamps and this and that, you know, so Morrison had helped him get his thing up. So we knew it was definitely a comparable studio, and, it was kind of a crazy time. I remember, you know, in particular, I remember a story about that one where, uh we had borrowed a friend of ours, Lurch's amp. He had like the dual rectifier. I think that was like the brand new thing at the moment. And we were we were basically doing dual rectifier and the Marshalls. That was kind of like the secret sauce for the guitar sounds at the time. Is to do both. And but I remember borrowing his amp, and like he needed it for something like. And long and short of it was we only had like a day to do all the rhythms. And I remember Tony Norman, by the end of it, we were like super gluing his fingers because he had like calluses and whatever blisters and stuff from his fingers just because we just pretty much like worked all night and worked all the way, the whole day. And but yeah, we got it done. And then I remember with the mix on that one, we had I guess Sukov had his subwoofer too loud in the studio. So like we did like, we spent, several hours on a mix. And so like when we went into the house and listened to it on the stereo, it was like super, super thin. So we were like, oh man, we got to redo this. And we ended up going back out and doing more of he backed off the sub and like we did a heavier mix. But, and speaking, we were never like, we weren't, it wasn't like Imperial where we were that unhappy with it. But I remember at the time, we were kind of bummed with like some of the drum sound. And then afterwards, like after it was all like, oh, that was the other thing is that we already had the ship date as far as like, we had to have it done by a certain date if we wanted out. That was the first time that we really like had a deadline and like stuck to it. Like normally we'd be like, we'd blow off a deadline, and not care, but we stuck to it. And as far as we had Big Daddy distribution at the time, and so it was September 23rd, 2003. Same day Morbid Angel's Heretic came out, and same day there was a 6 Feet Under that came out. I don't remember which one it was, but all three of our albums came out that day. And so we had that deadline to get, and so we were kind of rushing to get it done. But like, after it was done, like Jason did a different mix and it was like way better. It's like, damn, dude, I wish we could have had that mix, But live and learn. It is what it is. And that was, that was Rise to Power. And that was the way it turned out.
Yeah, I'm going to play Chemical Reaction off that album now, and we'll be back on the Tampa Morgue with Lee Harrison after this track.
Overpowering, craving for vengeance, destroyed in inside.
that was Monstrosity with Chemical Reaction off the Rise to Power record. And that, that you do also 2003, you guys put out that live Brazilian record. I heard you're not a fan of that one.
It's
To say the
not even
least.
yeah, yeah. And the deal with that one was, like, they you know, our buddy Eduardo, Edu, he brings everybody to Brazil, and we had met he had come to America with Crisian, and we'd met, he's like he would, more or less told us, he had brought Incantation down and already brought several bands down to Brazil, so we're like, "Yeah, we wanna come down to Brazil," and he pretty much told us, like, "Look, here's the scoop, they're gonna bootleg the album whether you like it or not, you don't have a choice. You can" I forget exactly how much money it was, but it was, let's call it X amount of dollars. He said, "You can take the X amount of dollars and, get paid, or you cannot take the X amount of dollars, and either way, it's coming out." So, like, we went ahead and took the X amount of dollars and called it called it a day on that one. The problem was, down there in Brazil, man, it was so hot. I mean, it was, like, ridiculously hot, and the club had, like, 0 ventilation, and these poor kids, man, they were in there from, put it this way, there was 17 bands from 4 o'clock to midnight, if you can imagine, and so and, like, literally, like, it was hot outside and, but, like, literally, like, when you walked through the door, it was just complete it was like a force field of heat, the minute you walked in, I mean, you were just completely drenched. There was no, like, ifs, ands, or buts, you just it was that humid and hot, and these poor kids, they were in there all fricking day, like, that whole time or whatever. But, plus there was, like, an elevation issue too, I think, going on, and I remember, like, we played, like I got through, like, 4 or 5 songs, I was just dying. I remember just completely, like, I couldn't breathe, and I ended up, like, having to go outside for, like, 15 minutes and, like, sorta catch my breath, and, we came back and played a few more songs, and finally, it was just like, "You know what? Psh, we're done, we're pulling it. This is just ridiculous, this isn't even healthy at all, it's dangerous." Like I said, there was, like, I don't know, 1,000 or 1,500 kids packed into this little dinky room that, like, with no 0 ventilation. I mean, like, nothing, and, so whatever. Anyway, of course, they record that one, and then the next night, we went to a place called Recife, which is, it was, like, with I don't know, a couple hours away at the most flight in, still in Brazil, but we ended up playing that night, and man, they had the door windows were wide open, all the ventilation we could ever ask for, the equipment was
AC.
perfect, and we had, like, pretty much, like, I won't say a perfect show, but a damn near perfect show the next night, it's like, of course, you couldn't have recorded that one, it's like, damn, um so basically, the Brazil show, I mean, file that one under comedy because, like, all the songs are, like, way too slow and, like, there's just boo-boos all over like, we're completely embarrassed by that one, like, don't even count that as anything, Don't even listen to it, don't it's horrible.
But I bet you get fans coming up to you, right? Like, being like, "I love this live record." Do you notice
Yeah,
that?
I guess. I mean, yeah, from time to time, but I just totally roll my eyes on that one.
And you mentioned that, with the with the rise to power, that with that last tour, it was pretty much the end of that cycle. And is that the time period you and Mark English start doing a side project, and then Brian Werner comes into the picture of the whole Monstrosity deal?
Yeah, I guess because he had it was basically Mark English's project, and, it was called Recoil, and, it was kind of like a Toolish or no, I won't say just Tool, but Tool, Deftones, whatever, that kinda scene. He was doing that kinda writing those kinda songs, a little, trying to head more for a radio thing, and to me, it was, fun to play and whatever. It was just something that helped him out as while I was doing it, and, so I started we would jam, like from time to time and doing that. But he had already, so we were already doing that. So like he'd already been brought in for Rise to Power, so he was, and I guess we were still doing that after the fact. So yeah. Um, so after kind of Rise to Power, that thing kind of died out. We were just doing that um side project, but we were still playing the songs just for fun, more or less, just to kind of, just some to practice. And I'd pretty much given up. This guy in Canada, I called him Wild Dave. Um, he wrote me this letter, and I don't I don't know if it was actual letter or an email, but basically saying, "Oh, how great it was," and "Oh, you can't put it," I said, I pretty much told him, at this point, it kind of looks like we're, not going to do anything and kind of going to kill it, and he's like, you can't, oh, it's too good. You can't, and kind of right about that same time, we got the offer for 33 shows in 33 days. Um, Massive Music, which was basically Vader's management, um, who I dealt with in the past. Um, they approached us with that tour. It was going to be Monstrosity, Deeds of Flesh, Vile, and one more band. Oh,
Impaled, right?
Impaled, yeah. And then, like I said, 33 shows in 33 days. And um, kind of right. It just so happened that Brian Werner like showed up at my door, like came over to hang out, and he's he's like, "Hey man, can I jam Angels Run with you guys?" Sure, man. So we did that, and kind of like it was either that night or like the next day we got that offer for the 33 shows. So I was like, well, it was just kind of, like we got a singer, yeah, who can do the, at least get us through the tour and like until we can figure something else out, like at least we'll give it a shot. And Matt Laporte, who played with John Oliva's Pain, John Oliva from Sabotage, he was renting a room from me at the time. So we were doing like cover band stuff together, like, and so we were hanging out talking, and he was pushing me to do it. And I remember like Mark English couldn't do the whole tour because he had a job at Verizon or something. And so like Matt Laporte ended up playing like the first half of the tour, and then he could, I would have just had him do the whole tour, but he had to go to Europe or do maybe even a US tour with John Oliva. So he couldn't but he was able to do the first half of the tour, and so then Mark English flew in and did the second half of the tour. So that was kind of like a weird thing, but we didn't skip a beat. We got unfortunately Matt Laporte, he's very theory based, and like, you know, the, you guys probably know Stormbringer from Tampa, like the local cover band, where like, Matt Laporte he could walk in not playing with Stormbringer, and he did, this happened. I was witness to it. So like he would walk in and not practice with Stormbringer and walk in and play like Boston and like all these like complicated songs, and he could use his theory just to get him through the songs, because he understood what, scales go with what. He would just make sure that he was in key kind of thing, and he was familiar with enough with the songs where he could pull himself through. Well, with some of like, especially the earlier songs, there was just, like the Imperial Doom song. I remember Imperial in particular, like just, there was no real key. So like he was kind of lost when it came to that, like, and so like the death metal thing, not only the picking and the technique, but the fact that there wasn't a lot of theory in the early stuff, it really like it made him struggle, as far as getting through that tour. We ended up playing. We had like a short set to speak of, for a headlining thing, And like we were killing time with like drum solos and guitar solos and stuff, like that kind of thing. Um, trying
And
to
that
think.
tour, right? That was you guys did a show, didn't you? Like a warm-up show to that tour in Fort Lauderdale with System
Yeah,
prior to
yeah,
that
we
with
did.
Brian?
Yep. Um,
You played Tampa too, because I saw you with
yeah,
Brian
we did
Warner at the Mug.
I don't know if that was before or after. I'm not sure, but yeah, we did. And oh, Sam was on. I was thinking who was the other guitar player? It was Sam. Yeah, Sam was still jamming. So, um, so
And you
we
mentioned
got
that
back.
tour. Is that when the relationship with Mike started?
Yeah, we had met. He was opening. He was in the band Vile or working with Vile. Him and his brother JJ were in Vile, and I was watching him every night just crush. It was like, man, his voice was like super powerful, and I remember Matt Laporte being like, "That guy's going to be your singer," and I was just like, kind of like, whatever. Yeah, I mean, but anyway, sure enough, it worked out to where we ended up finishing up. We had like 3 more shows when we got back, and um, it was more or less, kind of decided that we were going to go with try things with Mike from Vile, but we finished out with Brian, and the last show that he did was the Maryland Death Fest, and this would have been 2006, I guess. And the night before, we played like a kind of a smaller show in South Carolina, and Brian's banging his head, and there was some fan, and he's banging his head, and they ended up clashing.
Oh,
Like Brian's like forehead went right into this guy's head as Brian's going down and the other guy's coming up, man, and it was like a full throttle hit. And man, I was like, it didn't take like a minute or two, and like Brian had the hugest hematoma on his like right above his eye. I mean, I was like, holy shit, like this. So, it was just kind of funny because, like, he had previously had a mohawk that he was, like, growing in. So, like, he had this goofy hairdo, and he had, like, this black eye, man. I felt bad for him, man. So, we ended up playing Maryland, and, he's up there with one eye, and, trying to get through this show, and it was oh, man, it was brutal. So, I felt bad for him on that one, man, because that was rough. Ooh. Anyway, at the time, Sam kind of I guess him and Brian were kinda hitting it off or whatever was happening, and, like, I think Sam was actually upset for the fact that, like, we knew that we weren't gonna use Brian in the future and that we had used him for those shows, like, knowing that we weren't gonna keep him in the band, and I think, like, he thought that was kinda, like, the wrong of me to do, the way I figured is, he got a few more shows in and, like whatever, we hadn't really fully decided either, you know what I mean? But at the same time, so whatever, long and short of is Sam and Brian went off and they did Infernion. And that was when Sam kind of left, he left the band, so to speak. And so that's when, like kind of how we ended up doing, we had already pretty much, if it wasn't completely written, it was almost completely written. Spiritual Apocalypse, like a lot of the songs were done and everything was pretty much written. We were kinda getting ready to go in the studio, and it was, another case of, like, um, let's get this album done, and
and you wrote all the
there
lyrics to that.
I did, it was a case of, like, I wanted to keep the flow going on that one, and then, like, kind of like as time, you know, goes on, like, we can, for the next album, like, we can, work together on the lyrics and kinda that way the theme is still the original theme and kinda keep it, uh, uniform in that respect, to the original band. Uh, so anyway, yeah, so then I would say early 2007, or maybe even late 2006, we started recording Spiritual at Morrisound, and that was crazy because we had a Marduk tour in Mexico City, and so we had, like, that was the first time we actually used both rooms at the same time. Like, we had, guitars going in the B room, and we were doing bass in the A room type thing, um, just because we were, trying to keep that deadline thing going, and we had that tour with Marduk in Mexico. We had to get things done,
And you got
and
some
we
guests on that one too, right?
and
You
we
had
had I
Matt
was
play
just
on
gonna
that
say we
record.
brought in Kelly Schaefer. He did some vocal, like, background vocals, and that was just kind of a thing where I was like, to me, that stuff's always kinda cool, and Kelly's my old buddy, and, it was just something cool to do. Like, he didn't know the material beforehand. He just kinda walked in and, "Hey, man, we're gonna have you do this, we'll just have you do this line here," and came up with a couple parts. So Firestorm and Inhuman Race, um, they both featured Kelly, and then, um, there was a couple things like some pads on keyboards that we used, and we brought in John Zahner, who Zahner's like, he was at the time, Matt brought him in because he knew him from John Lee Was Pain, and, but he had been in Sabotage, and kinda like he was like the go-to keyboard guy. There just weren't that many keyboard guys in Tampa, so, like, anytime somebody would need a keyboard player at Morrisound, they would call him in, and, so he ended up doing some keys. Um, Jason Sukoff had done solos on Rise to Power, and I wanted, just wanted to bring him in again on Spiritual, so, like, and he was doing a band called Arsis, and I forget the guy's name, James I wanna say James Payne, but I could be wrong. Um, James Malone, I don't know, whatever. I can't remember the guy's name, unfortunately. Um, sorry, bro. Um, anyway, he was recording with Sukoff at the time, so, like, Sukoff had him and the other guy from Arsis, they did, like, kind of like a trade-off lead on the song Bloodline Horror, it kinda as it fades out, and that was pretty cool, so that was kind of the special guest on that, and, we was real happy with the production, and, real happy, happy with some of the songs, killer, me and Mark were working as a team, and we got some good stuff on that one.
Yeah, I'm gonna play, Inhuman Race here in a second. How was working in the studio with Mike for the first time on vocals? How was that for you?
Good. Yeah, he was killer, man. He was knocking it out of the park, doing super long screams and, uh, you know, working with me. I basically had the patterns and he would, he'd pretty much, just I'm not sure. I remember we were definitely like, I don't know about the whole album, but there was definitely songs where like he was, learning in the studio, so to speak,
Yeah, I
Firestorm in
gotta pl
particular, I think, like where he
and
had maybe an he had maybe an idea of, like, what was supposed to happen, but, like, I was definitely, like, doing some coaching, on that one.
and outside of Ed, because he's sitting right here, so we'll count him out of this, but, out of all the vocalists you work with, man, is there any out of in the studio, like, who has been, like, the strongest to bang shit out right away?
Well,
And you don't have to answer it if you don't
I
want to
mean,
also, man,
well,
so
I can. I mean, George, as far as banging it out, but that wasn't his fault. That was, or that wasn't. It was just that was kind of a naivety, on our end, just because we were just like I was that story I told you about. The way we recorded the vocals. It was kind of it wasn't rushed, but we just kind of like flew. Just got through it. And it's growling vocals. It's good. But like, the lesson we learned was that, if we actually spend time and do one song at a time, or, like, focus more on maybe 1 or 2 songs rather than trying to focus on 10 songs at once, or 9 songs at the time, so that was more of a lesson that we learned. It wasn't necessarily, I mean, George always had great timing and, he always knew the material going into the studio, so, It was always smooth with him. Avery, you know, he was a go-getter, and like even on like the 2 songs that he wrote lyrics for on Rise to Power and everything, like he walked in and he knew everything. Like it wasn't like he, you know, I'd say the only reason Mike Robacek, you know, we were doing the coaching is just because he didn't have the time. You know, he had just joined the band, and we pretty much went directly in the studio, and he just didn't have time to learn the songs, you know, so it was more of the fact, you know, it wasn't his fault, you know, is what my point. So really all the singers have been good, you know what I mean? I haven't there's been nobody that's like I've had to like really struggle with or anything like that.
Oh, man. I'm gonna play the track, Inhuman Race now from, the Spiritual Apocalypse record. Anything you could tell us about this track before we play it?
Oh yeah, it's one of my favorites from the album for sure. Just kind of, you know, one of those things where, you know, that was one of my babies on that one. Triumph in Black, the last song on the album, that was another one where I like really kind of did my thing, you know, it was like one of my creations. I actually played guitar. That was the first time I played guitar on a Monstrosity album. It was at the end of Triumph in Black. There was some part that Mark wasn't getting, you know, and we were kind of like, you know, Jim Morris was like, "Why don't you just play the part?" You know, so I was like, "Okay," you know, but Inhuman, it's just a killer, brutal tune, and yeah, just has those little, you know, the little beginning part and snare rolls, you know. So I just wrote that here at the band room and made a demo of it, and had more basic riffs, and then Matt Laporte, he kind of, you know, like I said, he wasn't really the death metal guy, you know, he was more of the power metal theory guy. And so like he's like, "Well, you know, here's some harmonies that you could do." And then he did, you know, like he did another version where like the harmonies were real ugly, you know, like they were pretty harsh, and but theoretically they were in key or whatever. Technically it was in key, but it wasn't pleasing. Like it wasn't what we were going for basically. So like, but it was interesting. It was just like kind of a time of experimentation. So a lot of those harmonies were from Matt Laporte, and him and English kind of beefed up the riffs that I had and made it a better song. You know?
I'm gonna play that track now. This is Monstrosity with Inhuman Race from the Spiritual Apocalypse record that came out in 2007, and we'll be back on the Tampa Morgue with Lee after this track.
Every day they die.
was Monstrosity with Inhuman Race. And till 2007, you guys also play Fuck the Commerce. And I know eventually you guys take some time off when it rolls into 2010. But out of all the festivals you played, man, because I know you've played a shitload, do you have a couple favorites that you've done repeatedly?
Um, well, that one that you just mentioned, that was always a fun one. Kind of a little more of an underground thing, and like a lot of the like what was that? Kind of the flesh grind type bands and like uh, Deeds of Flesh, those the kind of gore grind bands, so to speak. A lot of those bands were on that, and they'd there'd be all these just goofy name bands, like uh what was that one? I can't remember. But just funny names that you like. It's like, oh my god, what are these guys thinking? Or what? But the old cock and ball tortures and that kind of
Yes,
stuff.
and you always remember that name. Sticks in the head.
And well, there was something relish. I forget the name of it. Something. It was a weird name. Somebody will correct it in the comments. Something relish. I don't know what it is. Um. Anyway, that was always a fun one. Hellfest is like that's the big one, man. That's that festival's insane. Um, just the amount of details that they put into it. It's just crazy. There's so many little nuances and details that they have as far as just, like they have a waterfall feature where like to cool off the crowd, they can walk through this, like it's like water dumping, on the crowd. So it cools, not the crowd, but like you can walk through it, and it cools you off. And in the water, as the water falls, is the logo, like the water makes the logo. It's hard to explain, man, but little things like that they would do, like the lights, and they'd have these fires and like I don't know, I just can't explain it. If you've been to it, but just the amount of detail that they put into it. And I think it was like a government, the the France French government puts it on, and so the money really wasn't an option type thing. So I've done that one a couple times with Monstrosity and Terrorizer. So and it's just overwhelming, like the amount of band, like even the like all the stages are top notch. It's not like they have like two big stages and then one little dinky stage back in the corner, like or like off to the side. Where they put. It's like every band has like a level stage and like quality wise, A quality. So, um, and there's just so many bands. It's like I can't 150 bands, a short little weekend, and it's overload. You're backstage. I'm running into Billy Gibbons, and you're running into like different all these like the what was the Papa Roach dude. I remember having a moment with the Papa Roach dude. I forget- I was pretty much making fun of him, but I don't think he got it. But whatever.
Have you ever met anybody like the King Diamonds or anybody you were just like, oh shit, man, I can't believe I'm actually getting to talk to this dude?
um. Well, me and Van Earp have a funny Metallica story where it was back in '89. We had we saw him in Miami. We went to the show, and then there was like a couple days in between. Like, and Van Earp, like back then, he was like slipping through the back door, like, and like he'd find himself in the backstage area, like, and now he's in Metallica's dressing room when they're on stage, like, and he's like, dipping some like, oh, here's some stickers. Let me just put them in my pocket, and like, anyway, so like he didn't steal anything from him, of course, but like whatever. Anyway, he'd just go around, so he's backstage, and then next thing you know, he's in the room in the concert room, where they're playing and shit for free, or he's riding up in an elevator with Queensryche because they were the openers on the tour, if you remember. Um, backstage and nobody's blinking an eye, he just blends right in, no pass, nothing. Anyway, so like the next couple, like 2 nights later, they played 3, might have been 3, but whatever. They played West Palm Beach, and we'd kind of missed the show. We ended up getting there late, and we were just going to party more or less, just to hang out. And I remember I ran into the singer for a band called Wreckage, and he had taken a Injustice for All cassette tape, and he had laminated it, and he was trying to pass it off as a backstage pass. And so I was just kinda, like, walking in behind him, like, thinking, maybe I'll just scoop in on his, you know, I'll be his guest or, whatever I'm thinking. And, anyway, the guards, they picked up on him immediately, and, like, they were all, worried about him, so I dipped to the right, so now I'm backstage, and I'm, like, walking through the backstage halls, and I end up in the backstage little thing where they're doing the meet and greets, but they weren't there yet. They were still, like, taking showers or doing whatever they were doing. But, I'm in the room with, everybody who's gonna be backstage, so sure enough, here comes James, or first Jason would always come first, but I got to meet him. Oh yeah, cool. Hey, what's up, bro? Um, and then James came in. I met James, and didn't meet Kirk. I never met that night. So anyway, and then like as we're piling, the meet and greet or whatever's over and whatever, we're piling out to the parking lot, and basically, we're just hanging around drinking beer at that point, and um Lars comes out, and like there's a little line for um to meet Lars. He signed my cigarette pack, and like was talking to us, and yeah, I think I got pictures. Robin had pictures of me, I'm sure, hopefully, so I lost mine. Anyway, so we go back to the car, and like then there's like everybody's gone at this point, but we end up pulling out, and kind of at the same time, there's Lars and his little buddy or what, like his entourage guy, security, whatever you want to call him, little handler. And we end up behind, or how did it work out? Yeah, we end up behind Lars, and we follow him out on, to like, I don't know, I think it's like West Palm Beach Boulevard. I think that's the name of it. Anyway, we're at the light, and we're behind him. Anyway, the light goes from red to green, and like they're not moving. And I'm like, man, what's going on? Oh man, they're on to us, they know we're behind them. So we start to pull. I pull like around him. Anyway, Lars is like sticks his head out the window. He's like, hey, whoa, whoa. He's like, he's got a bottle opener? And I'm like, immediately, yes, without even knowing, like whether I did or not. Luckily, the guy in the back seat, this friend of, I don't even remember who he was, but he was a friend of ours at the time. He had a bottle opener. And so we threw it to Lars Ulrich, and then he's like, we'll meet you at the gas station. We got to get gas. We'll meet you at the gas station. We'll give it back to you there. So anyway, we ended up hanging at that gas station. We're like 45 minutes chatting with Lars Ulrich and like having like this private moment. We're like, yeah, man, if because at the time Mark Van Erp was in Cynic, so we were like telling him, we were pushing Cynic on him, and like, yeah, man, Cynic and this and that, blah blah blah. If you ever need anything in Miami, we're here for you, man. We got you covered. Um, And I remember being like super impressed with the fact that he had like a Metallica gas, like a Visa or whatever, credit card it didn't say anybody's name. It just said Metallica. Like to me as a kid, that was like totally like, wow, they're mega platinum. They got their own credit card, like now it's like nothing, now I realize that that's just not even a big deal, but at the time that was like fascinating to me. But yeah, the time we like stalked Metallica.
Why did you guys? So you started taking time off the road too, right? Around 2010, and because I know that
Well,
the album didn't come out till a couple years, but you guys started writing for Passage like early on, 2011 ish.
well, basically, yeah. So what happened? You know, we did Spiritual in 2007. We went immediately. We went to Mexico. Um, we had just done the 2006 tour in Europe, so it was like it seemed like it was just too soon to go right back. You know what I mean? That was another case of like where it was like, man, you know, we've missed the, you know, that European tour should have been right after the album. You know, like instead of like before the album, that just didn't make sense. You know, but whatever. That was the way it worked out, and you know, you got to pick your battles, and you know, take what take it when you can get it, kind of thing. So, pretty much, you know, uh, we toured that and we did, I think we did some fest like Central Illinois Fest and we might have done, and I think we did another couple, um, Maryland Death Fest. I know we had things with Pajoni, like, we're kind of like, we ended up working with like a guy named Ben Kuze, um, on bass, and that didn't really work out, and so Mike came back, and, like, you know, there was kinda stuff like that happening at the time.
And Barnes joined in 2010 too, right? Matt Barnes.
Well, okay, yeah, so, anyway, um, we did, the Vital tour in 2008 or 9, 2000, well, I can't remember, 2008 or 9. We did the Vital Remains tour, which was, like, 30 shows around the country, and then, um they had this young guy named, Taylor on guitar. He was killer, but, like, he just wasn't like, we ended up using him for some shows for Monstrosity, you know, but, man, he just like, he had all this talent, but he would, you know, he was talking to his girlfriend on the phone, you know, the whole time, and, like, he just not he hated touring, you know, he just didn't like it. He'd rather be at home playing video games or whatever it was, you know, and, so he didn't work out. We were trying to bring him in, on second guitar, and I forget we had used Mike's brother, JJ, for second guitar on some shows, and we had a guy named Matt Moore. We used him, um, on second guitar. So we kinda were, like, floating through players at that point, you know, and it was kinda like, you know, nobody was blinking an eye, you know what I mean? They didn't care who was up there, you know, as long as I'm there, it's kinda like, you know, everybody was happy as far as, you know, they've just come to expect that, you know, from Monstrosity that, you know, like anyway, so, like, we were actually talking with Rand Berkey from Atheist about joining, and he was I was like, "Well, here's the tablature, knock yourself out," kinda thing, and, well, he wanted us to show him the riffs, like, you know, sit there and work with him and, like, you know, and we just got to the point where it's like, well, you know, we're beyond that kinda thing, you know what I mean? But to his defense, you know, he plays left-handed and upside down, so the tablature was kinda like Chinese to him, you know what I mean? He didn't know what it really didn't make sense, so, in his defense, you know, that was going on. But, Matt Barnes basically, like, you know, he had gotten the tablature from Lincoln or somebody, like, I had sent it up or somehow he had gotten the tablature, and the guy walked in and, like, we could have played a show that night, you know what I mean? He was that tight, and he knew the parts, and it just, like, so that was a no-brainer, you know, like, once he joined, it just made total sense, you know, and, you know, he's into what we're doing, he's death metal guy, he's go-getter, you know, there's no, the problem with him is, you know, he was from Alabama, you know, that was, like, the kinda down, you know, the negative, if you will, you know, everything else was a positive, but we were willing to, you know, we already had Mike living in New York, so it's kind of like, well, what's one more guy, you know? Um, as long as they can make it to the, rehearse for these shows, and we can go play. As long as they make the shows, we'll make it happen. So that's kind of what we did. And we ended up doing some other shows. We did like this Metal in the Forest down in Mexico City. I remember we did that, and there might have been a couple other shows Matt Barnes played, but that was kind of like you were saying, where I was, I decided to take the band off the road. The idea was, we'll take the band off the road, we'll finish writing the album, record the album, and then we can plan a European tour. And by this point, Massive Music is more solid as a booking agent, and that, so like, and I'm tight with they're like family to me. I love those guys, and so it was kind of like the thinking was, we'll time it with the album, and they were on board with that. So um, I think I want to say like 2000. I probably had ideas in 2010, but definitely like a majority of the writing of Passage was like 2011, 2012. It was just kind of like, tightening up the endings of the songs, and like finishing up. Um,
And weren't you doing guitars for Obituary for a little bit? Weren't you helping them out in
yeah,
2012 too
okay.
with the work?
So Matt Laporte had run into the Obituary guys at Grass Pop, and they were all, obviously Ralph Santola was playing with Obituary at the time, and like Matt was telling me the stories, of like, Ralph missed his flight 3 times, like those kind of stories, where like they were, he was just he was struggling, with what he had going on, and basically, so Matt Laporte hit it off with Donald and John, and they had invited him in to do the Tardy Brothers project which is an album they had already recorded, and I don't know if it was, I guess it was released, yeah. But it was kind of an offshoot of Obituary that John and Donald did, and they wanted to put together a lineup for that. Anyway, Donald had the idea to like to Matt brought me in on it somehow. I don't remember the exact situation, but um Donald's thinking was, he had played guitar on the Tardy Brothers record, and so like the idea was that like I would play guitar on some songs, and I would play drums when he would play guitar on some song, like we were the idea was that I would learn the album, and then that way, if this song, we could switch it up, and then on the next couple songs we could switch it again, and like he just liked the idea of that, and to me, I was down for anything. I just thought it was fun jamming with those guys. I kind of, I was kind of curious to, kind of peek into their world and see what was going on, and connect with them. I had, obviously I'd met the Obituary guys back in '89, so I've known them. I remember partying on stage with their dad, at the Janus Landing, and so like, I've always loved Obituary, but kind of by that time, they had gone and done their thing as far as, their later albums and their career and whatnot. They kind of blew up. I kind of did my thing, and so we hadn't really connected. Maybe I run into him at the grocery store. I remember him telling me about the Andrew WK project, Donald, that is. But other than that, I really hadn't hung out with him or seen him, and you know, a number of years. So it was kind of fun for me to just come out to the uh where their rehearsal room out in Gibsonton, and hang out with them, and Matt Laporte was like learning their tunes, and um we were just jamming and stuff, and I was kind of brought in, like I said, to do both drums and guitar. And so we, at the time, it wasn't long after that, unfortunately, Matt passed away, and that was kind of a bummer. we had already been through Midnight passing away, so it was like, I had already done this Midnight project, and so it was like Matt and Midnight are both gone now, it was like kind of it was tough, man, anyway, so I don't know, 6 months later or so, Donald called me up and he said, sucks, Matt's gone, but if you wanna, we were thinking about doing some Tardy Brothers stuff. And Matt, before he had passed away, he had brought Justin in on the Tardy Brothers project. And to me, I was kind of thinking, there's already too many cooks in the kitchen. You know what I mean? You're going to bring in another guy. But at the same time, I was open to it, like whatever. It didn't matter to me. It's just, it's all fun for me. It's not like I had any real, problem either way. I didn't mind. I thought it was cool, but I just didn't, at the time, I didn't see the necessity for Justin, but cool, man, bring him in, sure, yeah, whatever, so when Matt was gone, they decided, we're gonna do this, we'll do some Tardy Brothers shows, and, it'll be Justin and me, on guitar and switching out, doing that whole thing. They brought in Greg Gall from 6 Feet Under, drummer, and he did some, like, he played song drums on a couple tunes, and then, like, we did this thing where, like, they brought out floor toms out in the front. We're kinda like a tribal beat type thing, like, did a little drum-centric kinda thing midway through the show. It was pretty cool. It was different, the fans loved it, man, so it was fun. Trevor even got up and played a couple tunes. Um, so it was just all around, it was a fun thing, and I think the plan was to do more, but Obituary was just, getting too many offers and all this kinda thing. And it wasn't long after that, um, Massacre, I guess Ed was probably involved in this, but Massacre got back together and they had a European tour lined up. And at the same time, Terry, um, Terry was supposed to be in Europe with Massacre. This guy Carlo from Mexico called and wanted to bring down Obituary to play in Mexico City. And so Donald called me. He's like, "Hey, man, Terry's going to be off in Europe doing the Massacre thing." And then, instead of him having, either us having to cancel or Terry having to cancel a whole tour just for one weekend, that didn't make sense. Um, can you play bass? Can you learn the songs and play bass, uh, for that one show? I was happy to do, sure, man. Anyway, I spent my Christmas vacation. I ended up going to North Carolina with my girlfriend at the time, I remember, and, like, I just ended up bringing, like, a little practice amp and my bass, and, like, I'd gone over to their house and, like, I more or less videotaped Trevor playing the songs, like, their set on guitar, and the bass track, basically, was, uh, more or less unison parts, everything's for the most part unison, so you learn the guitar parts, the bass parts type thing, vice versa. Um, so, I spent my Christmas vacation learning those songs, and anyway, I got back, and as it turns out, that European tour with Terry had gotten canceled when Massacre, and I don't have no clue why or anything about that, but now Terry was gonna be able to do this Mexico show with Obituary. So I was kinda bummed, like, "Eh, okay," but, so I forgot why I went over for another reason, but, um anyway, I said, "Hey, man, while I'm here, man," and they were practicing, and I said, "Hey, man, while I'm here, is it alright if I just, I spend that whole Christmas vacation learning the songs. Can I at least play the songs with I play second guitar, can I at least just play the songs once with you guys, just to because I spent all that time, just to say that I got to jam with you guys, whatever, at least wanna I'm just curious to see, how what it would sound like and whatever." So they were like, "Yeah, man." So I played the set, and you know, like I knew the set, so I pretty much nailed it. And after the rehearsal or whatever, I don't know if it was right after or whether he called me, but basically he was like, "Hey man, you know, we can bring an extra guy to Mexico. So like if you want to, you know, if you want to play, man, um, then you know, no problem, you know, that'd be cool." So, you know, that's pretty much what happened. So then and at the same time, Trevor was like, "Hey man, we're going to Europe or going to South America. If you want to go down and do that, you know." So I ended up doing then the long and short of it is I'm a rhythm player more than a lead player, you know, and I did the Mexico show and I did some huge killer amazing festivals down in South America. I mean like the you know, they were insane shows. We played like this one called the Metal Fest where it was like, you know, Anthrax and uh Volbeat and like all these like, you know, Testament, blah blah blah. I mean, there were some big shows, um, fun shows, Destruction. I remember we took flights with like I remember Anthrax was I was like, well, I don't have to worry about dying on this flight. You know, if I go down, I'll go down with Anthrax. It'll be the most talked about. You know, it'll be Leonard Skinner all over. You know,
I
at
remember,
least
yeah.
I'll go down in flame. You know, like with a strong story. You know, but yeah, it was like Fear Factory, Anthrax, and Destruction and Obituary were all in this like the same flight. You know. Anyway, we did some shows. We did Ecuador with like Destruction, and that was fun. I remember in like at the Ecuador show, like my guitar strap like broke, and halfway through the set, like the screw came off or whatever, and so like basically I had to finish the show with like a 10-pound Les Paul, you know, with no guitar strap,
Sucks.
and I got Destruction like with folded arms standing behind me, you know, like what's this guy? You know, like it was rough, man. But I got through it and it was cool. So that was one of the highlights I remember. But you know, obviously when they got back, you know, they needed a you know somebody who could play leads, and they had already been working with Kenny a little bit. I think he was working for Trivium as like a roadie or something, and
Yeah.
working with other bands as a roadie. So like he was off finishing whatever commitments he had with those bands, you know, so, like, that was why I ended up filling in.
And
So,
after
yeah,
that, is
but
that when you start hooking up with Terrorizer? Like 2013, right? Was
yeah,
that
and then,
right
like,
after the
right after
Obituary?
that, kinda, I don't know, Pete Sandoval came back to town from Spain. He had been in Spain. He was out of Morbid Angel. He wasn't doing anything. Him and his wife had moved back from to Tampa at his old house, same house he'd been in forever. Um I ran into him at like I want to say Fear Factory. He was at the Second Mug venue. He was real clear headed. He's sober. He was like, you know, I could tell like you know, by that point he had found God or whatever that whole thing was, you know,
That's right.
but he was real clear headed, and you know, I was like, "What are you doing, brother? How you been, man?" You know, "Oh, cool, cool," you know. So it kind of, you know, I'd always in the past, you know, "Hey man, we got to jam sometime." You know, I had learned One World Downfall in like 1994, you know, just kind of on a goof. Um, and like I would play like Afterworld Obliteration. I used to play that with Tony Loreno, like in my band room and stuff. So like, you know, I'd played some Terrorizer before, and I learned the album, but it kind of had forgot. Like I knew the songs in my head, but I didn't really like know 'em. But you know, so I you know when I saw Pete again, I was like, hey man, I want to. You know, I was just thinking just jam once. You know what I mean? I wasn't really thinking turn it into like a thing, but um, so like one Wednesday, right after that, I called him up. I had gotten his phone number and said, hey, come over Wednesday and we'll jam, man. So I did. I packed up my amp and guitar and went over there and we played, I don't forget however many, but like kind of whatever we, I would say 4 or 5 or 6 of those Terrorizer songs, And then it was like, well, what are you doing next Wednesday, man? We'll jam again, man. That was cool. That was fun. Yeah, so that was June of 2013. And then by July, we were pretty much like, we'd kind of seen that, oh, we could do something with this. So I had run into Sam at a Yngwie Malmsteen concert where it was at the old Orpheum, and Yngwie recorded the live album. He did like a live album from Tampa, and then the DVD was from Orlando. But the album, if you listen to the album, dude, it's like a soccer crowd. Like it's so
Dubbed in like
fake.
alive.
Dude, it sounds like there's like a million people, but they're not. You can just tell that they're not metalheads. It's like a soccer crowd, and literally there was like 100 people in the room. In between songs there would be like dead air. So like, but when you listen, if anybody listens to that live in Tampa or whatever it is, dude, it's hilarious. That just how fake the crowd was. Anyway, I ran into Sam at that show, and I told him, "Yeah, man, I'm jamming with Pete, man." I said, and that's where the idea to like, hey, man, I'll bring you in if I can, And he's like, "Oh, cool," So, um, the next week or whenever it was, we were like, kind of like, what should we do as far as bringing somebody else in? I said, well, I got a buddy who can play, he's a guitar player, but he can play bass and he sings, he could come in and do it. So, and we'll be a 3-piece because there's no leads on Terrorizer, so we don't need another guitar player. We can just be a 3-piece and make it nice and easy, no, and we'll do a backyard party. I was hanging at the Megavod.
And you guys weren't calling you guys self Terrorizer at that time, were you?
No, so the idea was to do this backyard party at the Megavod. I don't know if you know those guys.
Yep, Colin and them.
Yeah, James. Anyway, I don't know. I had ended up over there, with my buddy, a friend of mine from a cover band, Joe, and so it just kind of, I knew that they had a little party house. So the idea was, well, yeah, man, we'll do a backyard party, and we'll do kind of keep the tradition of Terrorizer, because they'd never played live. They had only done backyard parties, so that was like, oh, we'll just do a backyard party and see how it goes. And we were calling ourselves Sandoval Harrison Molina, just because he still had the LA like that. I forget his name. Anthony Reshawk was his name. He had him and the dude's wife played on the third Terrorizer album. And so he still had them in California. I guess the guy had problems where he couldn't get a visa. There was some issue where he wasn't able to go to Europe, and so he was always, Pete was kind of like bummed about that, the fact that they couldn't tour. And he was supposed to go out to LA and, do a fourth album with them. And they had sent him a couple songs. I never heard them. But he was like, when he went out to LA to jam with them, like he had to stay at their warehouse, and he had to like ride a bike to get to the store if he wanted to go to the store. So he really wasn't excited about going out to LA, and it kind of became a drag for him, like he wasn't looking forward to it at all. I remember that. But and the things, he's got a band right here, that we're playing the whole set, and things, we can actually physically get in the room and jam together. So it like kind of made sense, and then we did the party, and that was cool. And then we got an offer from Gutter Christ up there in Jersey to do New Jersey Death Fest. And they were pushing and pushing to call it Terrorizer, just call it Terrorizer. What the blah, blah, blah. And we were kind of still like, no, well, we're gonna keep it, Sandoval Harrison Molina. And basically when we got to the show, they had printed Terrorizer on the event shirt. They made event shirts, and they used the Terrorizer logo. And at that point, it was kind of like Pete was like, he's just like, yeah, we'll just go with Terrorizer. We'll call it Terrorizer, blah, blah, blah. So that was where the shift happened, and we became Terrorizer more or less. So then we did a couple shows at the Mug, and then it went along, like kind of after that New Year of 2014 was Gunter had called him about something else, and it was just like he ended up talking him into like, managing Terrorizer again. And so we started getting we were getting offers anyway, but we started getting even more offers, and like started doing stuff. So like we ended up going to Europe and doing other things. And that's kind of where it started with Terrorizer. We ended up doing a 9-year run with Terrorizer,
Played Brutal Assault.
doing the Caustic Attack album and doing all that, and I was real happy with that album, because I wanted to bring Terrorizer, kind of had changed for the second and third album. They were like started down tuning, and the drums were real triggered to like I think he was using drum pad. I don't even know what he was using, but the drums sounded real triggered. I wanted to kind of bring it back to more of a natural sounding on the drums, bring back the original tuning of D tunings, D standard, and kind of keep that original idea too. But I did have, that was kind of the struggle with me doing Terrorizers, because you kind of you got to do that da 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 da, the kind of like the everything's that kind of feel, you know what I mean? So kind of by the end there, it was definitely a little limiting, you know what I mean? Because I wanted to write things that I wanted to write too, that maybe didn't fit that. And we kind of, there ended up becoming some songs that like we didn't end up putting on the album, where they like, they just didn't fit Terrorizer necessarily. Like there was one song in particular, I mean, the song's killer, uh, but it's kind of more of like a Where the Slime Live type song.
You guys recorded what, 20 tracks for that? And there's
Yeah, we
14
did.
on there, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And
And
that's Audio Hammer again.
yeah, yeah. But yeah, man, I'm real happy with that album, and everybody seemed, everybody, all the reviews were great. Unfortunately, and like the End Records ended up getting bought by BMG, and I think like whoever's at BMG, they have no interest, or probably don't even know it exists, to be honest. So the album's out of print, and I don't think anybody's really, you know, it
I'm
didn't
gonna play a
really.
track from it actually.
Yeah,
Devastate here in a second.
sure. Yeah, that was a good one.
Do you have any favorite songs off? If you had to pick out a few of your favorites on that one.
Well, one of the underappreciated songs is "Failed Assassin." That was one where like that's some of Pete's craziest blast beats, and "Crisis" is another one. "Crisis" was like kind of has that Rapture feel where it's in 3/4, and we made sure to make it the same tempo as Rapture. That way, like nobody could accuse Pete of slowing down. And I gotta hand it to Pete, man. Pete really stepped up to the plate with working with me on that album, like we were going to the gym together, and we were like, any suggestions that I had, he would take them into account, and like, hey man, try this, try that. Like, so Devastate, if you're gonna play that song, like that triplet part where it's like that was one thing where like that wasn't necessarily in his normal arsenal, where like that was something that I suggested, like try that, and he was open to it, and he worked with me, like I said. And I mean, he was his playing, I'm gonna argue that's some of his best playing of his career, just because he was, we were jamming like pretty much every other day, if not, like there right before the album, we were like really like, you know, putting in the time and the effort, and he was working with me, and when everybody's pushing together in the same direction, things happen, man, and that's proof of it, that album. So
Yeah,
I'm real happy with the album.
Yeah, I'm gonna play Devastate now. Earlier, we played, Trends of Corruption in the beginning of the show. And I did wanna ask you, though, obviously, but you're not with the band anymore. I know Pete started I Am Morbid, right? And started playing with them, and, when did you find out that Terrorizer was coming back, and, why you're not involved with the new rehash of it?
So, in the past, we had always been doing these one-off shows, festivals and stuff, and we'd show up and like, the equipment wasn't right, or there was always something going on with these one-off shows, and they just, like, of course, they'd end up on, like, the Hellfest is on YouTube, it just didn't turn out like, the guitar sound was just not good, and then, like, you could hear every little thing click, every little, pick that I'm hitting, and I'm not really proud of that particular show necessarily, and of course, it's on YouTube with thousands and thousands of hits, it's like, "Oh my god." Whatever, it is what it is. So, like, at the end of 2019, we did this tour with Nile. We did 6-week tour with him, and, like, other than the first show in Atlanta, when things were, everybody's kinda getting the equipment together, the Atlanta show was a little rough. There was, like, my wireless was cutting out. There was certain, like, just little Pete was still getting his drums together, and but after that show, like, every other show, I mean, was damn near flawless. Like, I remember we we played in, just, Austin and, wherever, all these shows that we just, like, we're knocking it out and playing, everything was going smooth, the equipment was right, everything was killer. So we had, like, this phenomenal tour in 2019 with Nile, and we had a European tour that we were sort of planning for, like, fall of 2020, and, of course, that's when COVID hit, and, you know so Pete, he would, he was cautious about COVID, like, even before the press had announced, you know, that they were that the world was closing, so to speak, he was already closing on he was like, "I'm not getting on a bus with, a bunch of dudes, I don't want this disease, this and that," and it's like, "Okay, well, let's just wait to see what, happens with it, it may come and go, and it may be nothing." Obviously, then a couple days later, okay, everything's shutting down, so that kinda put the kibosh on everything, and then so now that European tour was gonna get pushed back to spring, and then kinda like it was time, to start thinking about that, and COVID was still in effect, so they ended up pushing it back again to the following fall. Um, so we didn't do anything for that whole time. We ended up getting an offer from, Earache Records to do a new record. So that was kind of like, "Well, okay, cool," we ended up negotiating the contract on that, and going through all that. That was a period of time spent, and then I really didn't I had the songs left over, but kinda wanted to start fresh, so I did, started writing a little bit, but to be honest, you know what I mean, I had kind of thrown everything I had against the wall for the last album, you know what I mean? I was kinda like I didn't have a ton of ideas, right away anyway, um, but, nonetheless, started kinda started writing for the new record. And we had an offer in Virginia to play, with this hardcore festival, small show basically, and it was kind of like Terrorizer with a bunch of, like, young kid bands that were sounded like Biohazard, and they didn't know who we were, like, we should have been, like, they should have known who we are, but they didn't, for whatever reason, but, that was we had that show on the books, and we had, like, this European tour on the books, and kinda at some point, um, I Am Morbid David Vincent contacted Pete, obviously, and brought him into the original plan was just to fill in. It wasn't to be like the permanent thing, I think. Um, but they played that show. They played Pete went to Europe and did a tour with David for the I Am Morbid thing. So you know, he was basically like, man, it's just a good thing. It'll help out Terrorizer and, keep me. I was just happy, it'll keep playing, and keep them going. Because, I don't care, man. You know what I mean? It's all fun for me, man. Like I'm not worried about it necessarily, so anyway, at the end of the tour, we had that one show and, it didn't go good at all, man. Like that show was horrible, but, and it wasn't long after that, like, things were going on with Pete, I don't even know, so, like, he basically said, "Look, man, I'm just gonna put it to bed for now, whatever," and I was like, "Cool, man, whatever you wanna do, bro, call me if you need me," and then it wasn't long after that that, David and him announced that they're gonna do Terrorizer, so it is what it is, man, and I don't harbor any bad feelings, Pete's cool with me, I've seen him since then, there's no hard feelings, if that's what he wants to do, that's cool, I'd be open to doing it again just because it was fun, but, whatever, I've got Monstrosity though, so, like, it wasn't a big a deal, I felt bad for Sam because he didn't have a backup plan necessarily as far as a band. And so it's kinda cool now that, like, we work with Justin Walker with Monstrosity, but, he's busy guy and he's doing his thing, so we bring in Sam, you know, and so now it's cool if we give Sam something to do and, like, we just I jammed with Sam yesterday, as a matter of fact, so, like, he's open to practice and we can do things, so,
Bastard.
me
I
and
didn't
Sam are
I didn't get that
buddies.
phone call.
Yeah, well, we're working it back in here, because New Year after the holidays, we wanted to get a couple jams in. And, I guess around just to let you know, I guess around the Metal Museum, Matt's talking about coming down, so we'll be doing some rehearsals then. Ed,
Yay.
Nice.
so we're gonna get
Well, I'm gonna
Fatal going. You ready, Ed? Fatal Millennium's coming back.
it's fair. Yes, it's the
Yeah.
kryptonite.
Resignation letter coming.
I'm gonna play. I'll play some Terrorizer now, man. I'll play some Devastate, and we'll come back here with Lee in a few minutes on the Tampa Morgue. This is Terrorizer with Devastate. and that was Terrorizer with Devastate. And also, really fastly, 2017, you also played guitar and bass on a Desecrated Tombs 3-song demo.
Wow, man, you're really pulling out the
It's what we do around here.
I told
yeah.
you. I told you he was gonna find shit you didn't probably remember.
So, yeah, that was that Brian came down and, it was like he like nothing was no tuning was low enough for him. So, like, we just I mean, we tuned to 0 basically and just did some, like, doomy he had some doomy ideas, and that's what we did, you know, it's like 3 doom tunes, and, yeah, that was kind of it, just a little studio project, you know, probably spent a week, maybe 2 weeks fleshing it out.
And you also played drums with Obituary in 2018?
Yeah, yeah, so, Donald had some issues going on back at home, and he had kinda warned me, like, in the months leading up to it, you know, so I had kind of put my ear to the current Obituary set at the time, you know, because they had a new album since I had played with them. So yeah, I wouldn't say I learned the set, but I pretty much, you know, I was listening to it from time to time and trying to put my, you know, wrap my head around it and, um more or less playing I would say probably playing guitar more to it more than drums, but just having it in my head, you know, um, the drums come a lot easier. So, I would say I had about a week's notice, maybe a little longer than a week, not much longer though, because it was, you know, I had to fly to Europe, but basically I did it was like a week's worth of shows. And I can't remember if Donald flew in for that and they continued on or whether that was just the whole thing. I just don't remember that particular thing. But like we did some show I think Poland and like different like kind of uh I don't know. Anyway, Czech Republic maybe. Did some shows over there. And the first show, it was overall it was okay. It might have been a little shaky, but pretty much from the second show on, I'd I'd gotten to the point where I could play everything. So like it went pretty good actually. And then let me think, I don't know how long, much time later it was, maybe, you know, a month or so or 2 months later. I got the call the night before, "Hey, we need you," you know? Uh, so, like, I pretty much the next day, we went out and we, uh, drove up from Tampa to South Carolina, played South Carolina and North Carolina maybe, and, like, basically did a week's worth of shows, and, by that time, I had the set down pretty good, so I was feeling good, you know, like, the last show was, like, you know, I was almost I won't say it was perfect, but it was, you know, I felt very comfortable at that point, you know, so had some good shows and yeah, it was fun, you know. Always jam with those guys. I mean, it's easy to, you know, they're real easy to and fun to hang around. Those guys, you know, John Tardy, you know, he actually helps load in the drums. I've never had a singer, no offense, Ed, but I've never had a singer help load the drums. You know, that's just unheard of. You know, you're lucky if they bring a microphone.
Dude, that whole Massacre tour we did with them, the plan was when Death to All was setting up, we had our gear in the trailer and loaded up before they even went on stage every night. It was the most miraculous thing I've ever seen for, what, 9 dudes moving gear that fast? I mean, it was yeah, John's a trooper, man. Plus, he's such
Yeah,
a great business dude.
yeah.
do you think is the best, like, if death metal singer in out of the classic bands, man? Because I think out of voices wise, distinctive voices, like, is there a voice more distinctive than John Tardy?
He's definitely, yeah, he's top. If if he's not the top, he's in the top three, no question. Um, I guess the other obvious is Glenn.
Yeah. You know, and we mentioned earlier too, 2011, you guys start writing material for The Passage of Existence. What is it? You guys start to record it in
So in
2015?
2015 we started recording, and then uh, it's a long convoluted story. We won't drag it out, but basically just doing the guitars and all that, things got dragged out. Doing the bass got dragged out. We did the vocals. Actually, we did those over at Obituary Studio.
Redneck
Um,
Studios?
yeah, John Prater set up the computer and gear for us, and John pretty much opened the door and let us in and kind of let us do our thing. And we recorded the vocals pretty much 2 days, knocked them out. And then we sent everything to Mark Lewis in Nashville for the mixing. And it was kind of one of those things where, you hope it works, and it did. It was like, because we were doing the reamping on the guitars and stuff, and you hope it works. Like even Terrorizer album, when I recorded that, like I didn't even have, like when I recorded those guitars, I didn't even have an amp. Like I didn't even hear them distorted. I just heard clean guitar. And it was so like when I took those guitars into Audio Hammer, I'm just like, oh, I hope this works. You know what I mean? But it did. And it was pretty cool. So, um, Passage turned out great. Was definitely happy with that production. That was sick production, and we're happy with the
That was you and
song.
Mike on the that was you and Mike on the lyrics for that one?
Um, yeah, like definitely more of a collaboration. But I think I went back and rewrote a lot of the stuff too. So I don't know. I forget exactly how much of Mike's stuff actually made it. But yeah, definitely more of a collaboration on that album as far as the lyrics.
And, why did Mike wind up leaving the band?
Well, basically, the long and short of it is he didn't want to tour. He unfortunately he didn't tell us that immediately. We kind of learned it as time went on. That, like I said, I took the band off the road because I wanted to come. I wanted the album to come. The album came out September 7th, 2018, and I had booked it. Was working with our Massive Music, the Polish booking agency, to start the tour on September 15th. So that was like a week after the album's release. It would have been perfect. Anyway, Mike, I'm going to be best man of a wedding. I'm not going to be able to make it one of those weekends, so it's kind of like, we're going to scrap one weekend or scrap a whole tour for one weekend. But, I understood. Okay. You know what I mean? I get it. People have things going on, man. I can't, not, not here to argue about it or like whatever, okay, no problem. Um, I understand. Um, Life happens. So I went back to Massive Music, and they came back, well, how about October with opening for Vader for 20, 25 shows, I was like, killer, that'd be awesome, man. That'd be sick, It's not a headlining tour, but who cares, you know what I mean? And playing with Vader every night, the crowds will be sick and it'll be good, Plus I know those guys from way back. It'd be awesome. So anyway, I approached Mike about it, and oh, well, I'm going to the Keys that one weekend, and I'm not with my wife, and I'm not gonna be able to make it, It's like, "Dude, come on, man, you're killing me here, man," everybody else, of course, is, chomping at the bit to go, everybody's ready to do this thing. But, again, he wasn't available. So, we could have like, oh, we'll get somebody else and do this and that. I was like, no, I'm trying to work with them. I'm trying to keep it going. So, long and short of it, we didn't get over till the following May. And by that time, the album had kind of died out, and it was kind of a rough tour. It was okay. It was, decent, but it was definitely one of the rougher tours that we did. Um, and then there was just, times, afterwards where it was like, hey, you want to do this? And it was just like, basically at the end, like he was just like, I tried to keep him going, what I mean, but he just didn't want to tour is what the bottom line was, and he'd kind of gotten burnt out on it. Um, anything more than that, you'd have to ask him, but as far as we were concerned, and that plus then it was when COVID hit, so things where I was like, why don't you just stick it out? COVID's hitting, we're not going to be doing as much anyway. Why don't you just, we'll work on the next album? He wasn't interested, so he just kind of fell out with things and kind of forced me to make a decision.
Yeah, and then so he leaves, and obviously before we talk about where you're at now with the lineup now and stuff, you also filled in for Inhuman Condition, what 2021, 2022 with Terry Butler and
Yeah,
Taylor
yeah.
and
They
Fling.
Jeremy approached me. He's like, "Hey, man, and I thought Rustin did great. I had just watched the video with Rustin playing drums with him. I was like, "Man, that guy's phenomenal. Why do you wanna lose him?" He's like, "Well, the plan is to kinda not keep it steady, not have a steady drummer to kind of mix things and match things, So that's kinda their MO with that band, and that's kind of what they've been doing is, they had another guy, Simon, after me, and they had another guy now, so I don't know how, I don't know, how permanent everything I don't know, that's their deal, but yeah, I got brought in kind of a session player, and, love those guys, man, they're great, and Deidre, I love all of them, man, they're good people, and, shout out to them.
How many shows did you do with them?
Uh, we did a we did a show at the Mug, that was the first thing we did, and then, we did, like, a little US run, I forget exactly how many shows it was, but we went up to, like, played Dingbats in New Jersey, we played, some like, North Carolina, Tennessee, maybe, I can't remember exactly where we went, but, mostly East Coast, that kinda thing, and then, yeah.
Then obviously 2021, Mr. Ed Webb joins the fold, and tell me how this happens.
Right, so on that Inhuman thing, he had actually mentioned 'cause I had been working with some local guys, but, um, they didn't have the high screams, that was so it was gonna be kind of like one of those things where we had to kinda hit the woodshed and, like, more or less not teach 'em, I hate to say that word, but, like, more or less work have them work in the high screams and whereas, Ed pretty much walks, I didn't even think about, it was one of those things where I've known Ed forever. Once Terry said that, I was like, "Ah, that's it. That makes perfect sense." He's old school. He
He's a
understands
beast.
what we're doing. He's got the screams. He's got, you know, it's a no-brainer, So once Terry gave me his name, I was like, bing, bang, boom, and here we are.
He's got the head spin too, man, and for you, how is that? Like, Lee, obviously, there's obviously the music counts 99% and stuff, but how big is the stage, the stage performance too? Ed's got the swirl, obviously. How is important is the whole look to the band?
Me or Ed?
Just the band in general, like, sometimes you see bands, they got
Yeah,
baseball
but are you
caps on
asking
and
me or are you
shorts.
asking Ed?
Oh, I'm asking you.
Oh, yeah. I mean, definitely that's, for me, it's like I said, when I saw Malevolent Retribution, and all four of those guys on stage banging their heads in unison and doing the head spins and banging their heads, just that was impressive. So we've always been that, Brett from Malevolent, he was doing head spin. back in 89, 87, 88, 89. And then George came in, and I mean, I think George was the king, in 91. Like, there's videos of like him, at when we played that second show with Malevolent and Deicide, and like that show and like the show where we opened for Pantera, like I've never seen faster head spins, you know. I mean, it's just insane. Like he can't even do it that fast. He tries to does his little crowd routine where he like says, you're not going to beat me and blah blah blah. But like that's like slow compared to like what he used to do. I mean, like it's insane. Like if you go back and like there on my YouTube channel, like look up Monstrosity
The
early
one at the
days.
Mug. The one at the Mug.
Yeah, that one at the Mug. That's another one. Yeah,
My lord. But,
like
the problem is, look at his neck. He had a pencil neck back then. Now he's got a
right.
friggin', his neck is as big as somebody's calf. I mean,
Mhm.
that's the problem.
And
So
Ed, for you, man, how intimidating was it when you first jammed with Monstrosity? After that, Lee, what was your first impressions when Ed hit the room with you guys?
Well, I didn't practice with the band. It was just me, Mark English, and Lee because we were getting ready. The first show was Mass Destruction, right? That was for my first show was we
yeah,
were playing. So it was just me, Mark, and Lee getting together. I didn't even jam with Mark Van Erp or Matt until we played the show. That's pretty much how we do things.
to
But
me
yeah,
that's a
that was
band rehearsal. What do you mean?
yeah, yeah. But no, it was killer. Trust me, man, I was intimidated because look at all the dudes that came before. So it was
Mhm.
nervous, but I worked my
Yeah,
ass off
Ed's
before
a
I got there.
professional, man. I love Ed, and he's killer. And he walked in no problem, man. Yeah, I never had to worry.
Nice. What, Van Erp comes back, what, 2022 with you guys?
Well, he'd
And
actually like
Justin?
when we did that Metal in the Forest show in Mexico City in 2010, he played that show. There might have been one or two others where he just kind of filled in, because Pajoni ended up moving to the Ukraine for some
Yeah, I remember
girl.
that.
And so like when we did the European tour, he's already over there, so he was able to make that. But when like we'd have some like random shows in the US, it just didn't make sense for him to fly all the way back for one show, so we've got Van Erp to do them. And, it just seemed to, Van Erp, and, we've been brothers, man, forever, so it's just cool to have him back. And I love his bass playing. He did a great job on the album. And, it's just good to have him back, and he's excited about it. He's like, he's ready to quit his job to go on tour. You know what I mean? That's the kind of guy you want in your band. You know what I mean? It's like, hopefully he doesn't have to, but you know what I'm saying? It's like, you want somebody with that kind of dedication to where like they're ready to, they want to make it move forward. They don't want to they're not just holding their hand out, give me the good times only. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
And and you as the band leader, man, you've seen a lot of lineups in this band now. It's like it's you,
39.
Ed.
39 of
That's
them.
30 X, that's a shitload. Justin, obviously, then Mark, and yeah, Sam as again, Melina also involved. Man, are you how satisfied are you and how is the chemistry right now, like, in the band? Are you guys really gotta be excited, man, having the new album come out? Obviously, Passage came out a bit ago, man. How stoked are you?
Yeah, man. I'm finally, we're here to, you know, it's it's coming out, the first song released, it's just finally, that's all I can say.
Nice. Nice, man.
But yeah, everybody's,
And
getting along and, obviously, things happen in life, so I'm not gonna say this is the final lineup because I just know better, you know what I mean? That things will shift and change again, I'm sure, but right now, things seem to be moving in a solid direction, everybody seems to be happy, everybody's, able to do what we're able to do, no, we're all somewhat still functional, as far as, being old guys still doing it, So I'm just, for as long as we can do it, let's do it. That's kind of my mentality.
Man. And before we close out this show tonight, because this is definitely Lee has broken
You
the.
won.
Right.
Well, we had Jeff Manis on for 5 hours. I said this is nothing's going to break that. We had Fally on for about 4.5, and then Snowy Shaw, I think, for 4. But Lee, I can't picture anybody beating this one. But let's talk some Midnight. Um, first of all, that was you and Matt that made that happen, Laporte, right? That kind of
Yeah,
got that started.
Matt kind of, because I had known Crimson Glory back when I was a kid. I was 15 years old. I remember in my bedroom listening to the first album, and they were kind of like local hero, because I was from Inglewood and they were from Sarasota, which is kind of, just right next to each other, more or less. And I remember my mom came, like, I woke up one morning to go to school, and like she started telling me about Crimson Glory, and they were in the newspaper, and she like showed me this article in the newspaper about Crimson Glory, and I was like, oh, hadn't heard of them, you know what I mean? But anyway, so then not long after that, I had the record, read something else, and then found the record and I might have had the cassette tape. I don't know if I had the vinyl or not. But I remember definitely listening to it and checking it out. And they were cool. Um, I never met them back then. I didn't know them, and I would have gone to see them, but I just never got like the night the Megadeth concert happened in Tampa. Crimson was playing in Sarasota, so like I missed. I would have gone to seen Crimson had it been on a different night. But
Is that
it
the
just was.
Armory show, the famous Armory gig?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, and Crimson played Robards Arena in Sarasota that night, and but yeah, I would have checked him out. I just never, it just our paths never crossed. I had a friend of mine that he had hung out with him. He would tell me stories. He was hanging out with he was telling me about this band Deceiver, and they shared a warehouse, or they were next door neighbors to Crimson or something. But anyways, he would always tell me Deceiver, Deceiver, Deceiver. And he would tell me stories about Midnight. And whatever. So, and then basically I got into heavier stuff, and Crimson kind of, it was more power metal and a little bit lighter than what I was into at the time. It's like when I was in my 20s and whatnot, you know what I mean? And I would say it was around, I think we were on tour in like, I'd say like 97 or 98 even. And I had this big, huge box with like 1,000 tapes in it. And I would just, stick my hand in the tape, the box, and just blindly fish out a tape and throw it on. And it was all like, there'd be like, hundreds of demo bands and just all these random cassette tapes that I had. I just had this, I mean, it was like a huge shipping box, just full of tapes. And one of the tapes I pulled out was that Transcendence tape, and so I threw it in, and like we ended up listening to that tape for that whole tour. And just got into the Transcendence album. Anyway, time went on still. I hadn't seen him, and like I would follow him here and there, and like kinda like, keep tabs. There was kinda like Sanctuary, like I always liked Sanctuary. It was like that was one of those clean bands where like the clean singing type bands where I liked. And so like Crimson Glory and like Nevermore and Sanctuary, they were kinda in that thing where I would like keep up with what they were doing, and like kinda follow them more as a fan type thing. Um, so anyway, in 2005, no, it must have been 2000, well, 2006, call it, Matt Laporte was living, was renting him a room, and you know, we had he had come home from a European tour with the Cicada record, which was Midnight's solo record that he had done. Basically the first he had done like an acoustic CD, 4-song acoustic CD that really didn't get distributed, and but I remember it vaguely, but at the time, but I hadn't really listened to it. And then so Matt came home with the Cicada record, and that was more of like an actual record with like a full band or whatever. But I remember like it sounded like it sounded real psychedelic and like it sounded like it was recorded in 1974. Like, you know what I mean? But it was like Midnight's voice was still intact, and like there was definitely some of the original themes, like they had the hammered dulcimer on it, and like it was some, definitely original material. It was different stuff, and but I could tell Midnight's voice was still there, and like it was cool. So when Matt ended up like, well, just to back it up a little, make it even longer for you. Um, Midnight had gotten contacted by Crimson Glory to do a reunion in Greece, and depending on who you talk to, it was a success or a failure. There was issues like they wouldn't let Midnight on the plane because he was too messed up or whatever. And so there was that issue, and then, like certain like there was like a forum that Midnight's I don't know if it was Midnight's forum or Crimson's forum, whatever. There was a forum about Crimson Glory one way or the other. Anyway, and so like half the people thought it was the greatest performance ever. Other people thought it was the most, the worst show they'd ever seen. I can't believe, this, that, and the other. So anyway, maybe a month or two, anyway, Crimson announced all these plans we're going to re-record Astronomica with Midnight. We're doing a new album with Midnight. We're going to do this with Midnight, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, like a month or so later, he got a DUI. And like the very next day, Crimson Glory fired him. It was all over like it was a blabbermouth story of the day, going on. And me and Matt were just fans. Like we were in Tampa, we're not talking to these guys. We don't know them really. And so we're like, man, they find, like, Ozzy Osbourne was an alcoholic, but he could make it work, you know what I mean? And to me personally, I'll just say me, but to Matt too, I think it was like, why can't you just work around, you know what I mean? He still got his voice, you know, so what? He got a DUI. You know how many people have DUIs? It's like, why? I mean, I can understand if like it was a long thing, and I wasn't there, so I don't know. I'm just saying, but to us, it just didn't make sense. It's like, just dude, you got the golden child. He was the killer vocal. You know what I mean? He's Midnight. Why would you lose that? If you could help it. And so Matt ended up contacting him. He didn't hear back from him for like a month or two or whatever. I don't even know. Finally, like I think he just, on a whim, just wrote him again. Hey man, this time he got an email back, and it was set up to where we would have a meeting, like on. So it turned out on May 13th of 2007. I loaded my van up. I put my Porta Studio, my 16-track Porta Studio, all my microphones, my video camera, just threw it in the back of the van just in case. I didn't know if what, but I'd be ready in case. And sure enough, so like, and Midnight had all these ideas, and he had all the, he wanted to do this, that, and the other, but he wasn't hanging around musicians. You know what I mean? He was hanging around people that did day jobs and drink beer and smoke cigarettes. You know what I mean? That's what they did. They weren't musician types. So like when I came in, I set up all the mics, and like they were like. So we started recording that day. Like I still have the video, all the videos and stuff from that. The meeting him that day, and like basically just there was not entire songs necessarily, but there was vocals sessions from that day that ended up on the final recording, that um anyway, so what happened is like he showed us, showed us some of those acoustic ideas that from that CD. He played a couple of those tunes, and then he came up with this one song called "The Last Forever," and it was kind of like it was Lost Reflection, but like a modern version, and it was a different song, but it had that feel to it. It was like, wait, there it is. That's the vibe. There, that's what we want right there. And so we ended up taking that back to Tampa, me and Matt, and we ended up writing a song around it. And there's a longer story. He had a drummer named Phil who played hammered dulcimer, and he was involved in that song, and it ended up he had gone to Europe, so he wasn't there when we ended up showing back up and like, all right, re-recorded, we're gonna here's that same song, that same melody, you know, now put some, do the vocals again. Well, he Midnight didn't even remember what he sang the first time. And so like he ended up just coming up with completely different lyrics. We kind of got married to those lyrics, you know what I mean? And the way that he sings, like, man, oh dude, if you could just do it, like so we ended up keeping those original vocals, you know what I mean, type thing. Um, or I yeah, whatever. Anyway, so when Phil got back from Europe, he was kind of bent out of shape that we'd taken this song, and so there ended up becoming like these little soap operas within it all, you know what I mean, over this song, and like we ended up in the end we ended up changing the song, like we rewrote it and kind of made it different enough to where like it wouldn't hurt anybody, it was different. So like nobody could say anything. And it's all good, man. Feels good, and we ended up in the end, it worked out. But, we ended up just kinda like it was kind of like complete freedom for me and my creativity and my experimentation as far as being a musician, because like, on certain songs, I would be the whole band, you know what I mean? Other songs, I would just play drums. Other songs, I would just play guitar. Other songs, I'd play keyboards, it was certain songs, like, I would just take a riff, like, basically, like, play, a cover song like, Lightning Crashes from, well, that band Live, where I just did, like, a quick acoustic version of it and just had him sing on top of it, and then I went back later, in some cases, years later, and put the band behind him, after the fact. So there was, so I could just cut through ideas like that, like, do just here, sing this, try this, do that, and he was just very open and receptive to it. And what was weird is that, like he had, I don't know, maybe 10 songs or whatever, maybe even 15 songs that we were kind of focused on as far as like what we considered what was going to be this next album that we were trying to accomplish, work with him. Anyway, he came up to Tampa, and like I remember he slept for like 10 to 15 hours. Like he just slept like forever and ever and ever. Anyway, he woke up that next day, and I had the mics all set up, and I had the guitar here, acoustic guitar. And anyway, he ends up pulling out like all these songs that he never played before and like we never heard. And it's like, dude, where'd you come up with? What is this? So like, now we got basically 2 albums worth of material, you know what I mean? And it just snowballed into like, in the end, it ended up being 36 tracks on the 3 CD originals album.
You
And
guys did
then
covers too, right?
and then kind of in between all those, like I basically worked with him from 2000 May of 2007 till he died in 2009, um, in July 2009. And I was doing Monstrosity in between, so like I would, I'd get busy. And what I would do is like, you know, we'd get it, like we'd hear his bass, like a song called Egyptian Lullaby that we did, where like he had recorded like an acoustic version of it, and then we would take it, me and Matt would take it back to Tampa and like build like a foundation around that, and turn it into like an actual song with drums and bass and record all that. Then I would take that back down and have him lay like a more permanent vocal on top of that, So the demo was kind of the demo, and then we would recreate everything around the demo, and then he would lay the so, like, my parents lived in Inglewood, so, like, when I go to visit my parents, I would stop by in Sarasota, cut a quick vocal track, and then go on down to my parents, and bring it back to Tampa and mix it all and do all that, and then we take it from there, and do th do another song, same thing, or, like, And then like that time when he, when he came to Tampa and like he showed us all these new songs, and like, holy crap, so we ended up recording some Crimson Glory songs, like an acoustic version. So there's like an acoustic Crimson thing that was on All Souls Midnight. Um, we redid
And you guys got had Oliva on there too, didn't you?
yeah, Oliva sat in my living room and recorded vocals for that, It was like Matt called him over and he dropped by the house one night and we coached him through the parts. Um, so yeah, the Oliva recorded that in my living room. That was crazy, so,
Awesome, that's crazy.
um,
You had
yeah.
Jerry Outlaw too, right, involved?
Matt did that. That was more Matt's doing. But yeah, he was on the album. Um, and then Midnight passed away. Unfortunately, he had health issues. It kind of came out of the blue, because he was doing bad. Like he would go through times where he would be in rough shape, and then he would get, he'd get better. And like we did a show in Atlanta, the Prog Power thing, and he had promised me, he's like, I, when it came time to play, he would sober up and like, he'd the problem was the kind of the damage had been done by that point, and like his body was frail. And so like kind of the morning of the show, we just, let him drink, just so he could be normal. And the show went kind of sideways a little bit. It was fun looking back on it, but there was, not just him even, it was, issues with me and like the guitar tuning, like Matt's up there tuning by ear, the guitars by ear, it's like, dude, get a freaking tuner. So, dude, so like I started one song and like the guitar was like completely out of tune. So like we had to like stop, change song. Now we're going to do this tune, so there was a couple of those moments, but it was fun and it was interesting. And it was kinda bittersweet because the crowd, like or whatever, there was, like, a Prog Power forum, and they trashed Midnight on the Prog Power forum, and then when he died, Crimson Glory ended up doing, like I wasn't there, I was on tour with Monstrosity when he passed away, so I wasn't there to facilitate anything, really. I didn't get to say goodbye, like, Crimson Glory, those guys got to go to the hospital and say goodbye to him. And, I wasn't able to do that because we were, like, in Kentucky or something, and, the following
How
weekend
long was I'm sorry,
the
how
following
soon did you talk to him before he passed? The last time you spoke
we
to him?
saw him the night before we left on tour. I would say so how it went was the night before we went on tour, I played in a covered gig down at a place called Jimmy B's down on St. Pete Beach,
Yep.
and Midnight Darlene came out to Jimmy B's, and he was having some drinks, but he wasn't, like he was in a good headspace from what I could tell, like, and, like, I wasn't worried, I didn't think anything, and apparently after that show, um, he was puking up stuff and whatever, and he got sick, and Darlene tried to take him to the hospital, and he wouldn't go. He refused to go to the hospital, and so she took him they ended up going back to her house, and he's just still sick, and, like, basically, it got to he's just still he's not eating, he's still getting sick, and, like I said, he wouldn't he'd already been to the hospital, and he wouldn't get out of the car. She went inside and, like, tried to, have people come out and talk him into going inside, and he wouldn't go in, he was just being stubborn about it, and so, back at her house, he was just refusing to go to the hospital. Finally, she just called the ambulance. I think it got too bad, and, by that point, I think the damage had done, and it was just sad, and so they were calling people in to kinda, say goodbye more or less, the last day or so. We I don't remember I don't know the exact details, but, um anyway, so, like, the family flew in, they got to say goodbye, and the Crimson guys got to say goodbye. Anyway, the following week they had like a little celebration of life, and Matt ended up hooking up with Crimson, like he, met the Crimson guys and like connected with them. Anyway, wasn't long after that um they did a reunion show at the Prague Power Festival, and celebration of midnight, blah blah blah, and it was kind of bittersweet for me because, now I'm home and midnight's gone, you know what I mean? I wasn't really like, to me it was kind of, I wouldn't say a cash in, but it was kind of like, what, you guys are gonna mount your comeback off Midnight's death, I was kind of, it was bittersweet, man. I was kind of like, I just, it was hard for me to get excited about it just because Midnight was gone. And at the time, Matt was working at Seminole Music,
Yeah, I
and
remember that.
Todd Latore had come in and asked Matt if he knew he was trying to put together an Iron Maiden tribute band, and asked if he knew any players, and Matt was like, well, I mean, I probably do actually, but in the meantime, um, Matt heard his tape or whatever he had, they're playing, singing Iron Maiden songs, I guess. But anyway, long story longer, next thing you know, Todd Latore's at my house in the back bedroom over there doing Crimson Glory demos with Matt. And again, I'm not really excited about it because to me, it's not midnight. Midnight's midnight. I was like, I really wasn't, like I said, just wasn't too excited about it. It was cool, and I met Todd. I love Todd. He's super cool. No problem with Todd at all. And
Great job with the Queensryche stuff too.
yeah, I was just good. So anyway, so then next thing you know, like that Prague Power show that Crimson Glory's doing, Matt's now rehearsing with Crimson Glory. He's going to be part of the show, and he brings in Todd Latore to Crimson Glory, and now they do that show. It's like 17 singers with Crimson Glory, like a different singer for every song that they're going to play, type thing. And Todd Latore ended up being one of those singers. Wade Black did, you know, Wade, super nice guy, man. He did a couple songs of like from his era. And then they had like Nils from Pagan's Mind and like the Sabaton guy and like blah, blah, blah. I mean, just a laundry list of these progressive metal singers came out and like played with Crimson Glory. And again, for me, it was kind of bittersweet because last year, Prague Power, all these motherfuckers couldn't give a shit about Midnight and were trashing him on the forum. And now all of a sudden he's your celebrated hero. What the hell happened there? Whatever. It was just kind of bittersweet for me, man. Um, but whatever, we drove up to the show, me and my girl at the time, we drove up to Atlanta and went to the show. Um, it was cool, it was fun and all that. Anyway, after that show, wasn't long after that, they announced Crimson Glory announced, Todd Latore joins Queensryche. I mean, joins Crimson Glory. Blah 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 blah. And then that's kind of how that went, And then next thing you know, they're calling him Kid Night, and like he's, they're going to be the new Crimson Glory guy. They did a bunch of tours in Europe. Everybody seemed to like Todd's vocals. He was doing great. I think there became an issue with the main member John Drenning and some legal problems. So that kind of created some an issue, and then I think they just weren't gelling on the writing, is what I understand. I wasn't there; it's not wasn't my deal, but um, a friend of ours, Tom McDine, took Todd out to the NAMM convention, got him his pass. Um, And he was Todd Latore was like trying to get into like Ingve at the time. That was kind of what he had made some video, like he did I Am a Viking, and he did some other like, I forget it, other cover tunes of like another band that he was maybe trying to audition for, so to speak. In the meantime, like it wasn't like he quit Crimson Glory, but at the same time he was trying to like broaden his horizons, so to speak. And anyway, Tom McDine had a pass for a Seymour Duncan party, private party that like Todd Latore would have never got that invite, had it not been for Tom McDine. And so next thing you know, they're backstage at this Seymour Duncan party, and Tom told Todd, he's like, "Go get some silverware, dude. I'm gonna get you in Queensryche, get you an audition for Queensryche." And pretty much that's the way it went, man. Next thing you know, like there's Rising West and Todd Latore and this and that turns into where now Todd Latore is the singer for Queensryche, and now he's done several albums and he's the guy, man. And you know holy crap, man. Hats off to him, man. I would have never saw that coming, man. And the cool thing about it is I know Matt would have been so like I wish Matt would have was able to live for that, because for him to see that whole thing, and like Matt was always like he was always on Metal Sludge and loved the drama, you know what I mean? So like to see all that drama between Queensryche and all that go down, like he would have loved.
Jeff Tate spitting on everybody.
Yeah, exactly, all that. He would have loved all that, like, he would have got such a kick out, and then to see Todd Latore become the Queensrÿche guy, I just wish, Matt would have been there to see all that, man. But props to, all involved, man. Crimson guys, they're awesome, man. Ben Jackson, super super nice guy. Dana Burnell, he turned out to be a nice guy, I met him. Jeff, I only met once, so I don't really know him too well, but and John Drenning, I don't have no comment on him. Borgie, the new guitar player, super, super amazing, nice guy, and a super amazing guitar player, man. Wow, he's awesome. And what can I say, man? But they're doing good, and they're playing, all the big shows these days, and they're supposedly got a new album coming out. So whatever, man. All's well that ends well. What can I say?
And are you doing anything with any of the past Midnight stuff, or is it pretty much a
Um,
done deal now?
so I've released the 3-song CD, um, the covers album. Um, I would like to do the All Souls Midnight to kind of do an official version, because there's bootlegs out there that, the quality is not so good. And then there's been talk about re-releasing the MCD with like, kind of doing a new thing with that. Um, but at this point, and then I have two also have like the DVD stuff. I have like video footage. And not really sure how to put that out, whether we want to do like some kind of documentary, or whether, unfortunately the documentary's been made, except it was with the Pentagram. If you've ever seen the Pentagram, it was like
Yeah, yes,
it's like
Bobby.
a similar story, except, you know, Midnight wasn't on hard drugs. He just had an alcohol problem. Um, but I would like, it would be cool to have the story told for sure, and maybe use that footage for that, because there are some crazy stories, and I've documented some of them, like the people that were around. I did some extended interviews with Phil Anderson, who was around, and he had some crazy stories. Tim Fredenberg was his manager for a time, and he had some crazy. He knows all the ins and outs and all the stories and stuff. So, I mean, there was a time when Midnight lived out of a phone booth on Siesta Key. You know what I mean? Like he would couch surf, and like, there's just stories for days about this. He's an enigma. And like he loved it. He didn't want to. He would he would much rather prefer sleeping on your couch than you giving him a bedroom. You know what I mean? That was just his MO. That was, he would his whole thing was, have a bottle of wine and a pack of cigarettes and an acoustic guitar, and he would sit there and just write poems, and little ditties, and that was his gig. And that was what he was all about. Like he'd get up after 3 hours of just sitting there. I mean, his voice is just gone from like singing just relentlessly. I mean, and he gets up, and there's like literally an outline from where all the ashes from the cigarette butt, the cigarettes, like it looks like a dead body's outline, you know what I mean? From where he had been sitting. I mean, that was not uncommon, like he was just that. that's what he did. He sat around and wrote acoustic poems, and like acoustic songs. And so we ended up, I mean, I've still got, like I said, I've still got tons of ideas and stuff that it just gets down to the rights, and all that, So, as far as the cover songs, like putting that stuff out, we're kind of at a dead end with some of the cover songs just because Neil Young doesn't want his songs out by other people, or Stone Sour for that matter.
What was it, 20 covers you guys did?
Yeah, we did 20 songs and then only released 12.
So when we end the show tonight, we're gonna play, The Last Forever from Midnight, and what can you tell us about that track?
That was the whole intro section is that first idea that day that we went to his house for the first time, and like that was the first kind of spark, where we like, oh man, that's killer, that kind of got everybody excited about working on the project, not that we weren't excited about his other songs, but that one in particular like really hit, it was a haunting melody and kind of had that, for fans of Crimson Glory, that No Lost Reflection, it's kind of in that neighborhood, kind of that, haunted vibe, so to speak. And anyway, Matt Laporte kind of turned it into like this 10-minute epic where it goes into like a power metal section and then it kind of dies down again and then it builds back up again. It was kind of like a concept song, so to speak, where it like, where it wasn't necessarily a concept album, but it was like one of those songs where it goes a bunch of different places and kind of has like a story of, um, I'll let you read the lyrics and let you guys decide whatever, but it was just kind of, it was about this crazy girl who shows up at his house is what it basically is about, but it's kind of done in the midnight way, you know.
Well, Lee, man, we, I
I
think we
think we
covered a lot of
did,
shit
yeah.
tonight. I think we did a
Yeah.
lot of shit tonight, man. We are real glad you joined us, man, and, again,
I
dude,
mean, we could
I'm
talk
glad
about
you
the
came
new
on.
album some more if you want to talk about the new album.
Yes, yes, we can actually, 'cause we got a reverse on that. We started out the show, obviously, we played some Colossal Rage, man, but again, so what is the release date? Let's give all that information out before we do let you go tonight.
So, all right, March 13th, Screams from Beneath the Surface, 10 songs. Um, the plan is to get back out on the road and hopefully keep the ball rolling. We got I'm already working on the next album. I I don't have complete songs yet, but I have about 50 song ideas, like skeletons. But I would say about out of that, maybe 5% will be used on something. And then I'm working with Van Herb. He's got a song that he's working on. I'm working with Barnes. He's got a couple different ideas. So I'll say it and I'll laugh about it. We're going to call the next one 203033 as a joke. Hopefully not.
And Ed, how excited are you, man, to get a record out with Monstrosity?
Well,
I
I'm
mean,
just
I
here
know
to
because we talk off the record all the time, but I mean,
yeah.
on here,
Yeah, I'm here to tell Lee that whenever the tour's book, I have a puppy birthday party to go to, so, we're gonna get a new puppy by then, and I got a birthday party, so I won't be able to do the tour. Um, no,
so
honestly,
so all singers, please contact Lee at
Yeah.
well, it's funny because 'cause we've talked about it before, when they needed a guitar player way back in the day, I asked Avery to get me a hookup, and he told me I wasn't good enough, so he got me in Brutality instead. And then we played a birthday party, and I played the whole freaking In Dark Purity record in my living room, and he was just like, "Oh, I didn't know." And I was like, "Well, that's why you give somebody a tryout, knucklehead." Um, but to come full circle, because who would have known? Especially, I'm not I hate being just a front man, and I've always had a bass in my hand or, guitar whenever I did it. So it was different when I started Massacre, and when I asked to do this, I was like, "Man, this is different." Massacre, no offense, is a lot more tamer music-wise and singing-wise than Monstrosity. It's just 2 different worlds. But yeah, no, it's from the first show we played, and then obviously doing that European tour, I thought we were blowing on all cylinders by the time that thing was over. and then the South American tour, which was killer. We've gotten to play some killer shows, and Brutal Assault this year, Maryland Death Fest. This will be 3 times for us. So yeah, the cruise. I mean, we've gotten to do some killer shit, man. So it's been a blast, and one thing I will say, I can't think of one time where it's been stressful at all. Like on the road, no, even when there were hiccups or little things that came up, it's just everybody's having a good time, man. Mark Van Erp is the most craziest fucker to be around ever, ever, ever. And it's funny, I get to roommate with the guy a lot, so yeah, he is a fucking trip. I love that dude. Matt, obviously, and both Justin and Sam. Doesn't matter who was touring. I've toured with both of them, and it's just a good time, man. And I'm glad Sam's back doing it with us, because Sam's a great dude, and he's a lot of fun to be around. So yeah, I don't see 20, 33, um, for next record, just because if this band's fired on all cylinders, there shouldn't be any issues.
Right.
That's how I see it. I mean, as long as everybody's, ready to stick around, or nobody strokes out or has a heart attack, we should be good because we're all staying pretty healthy. So yeah, it's awesome. I'm
Hell
ready
yeah,
for
bro.
ready for this fucking record, dude. I'm getting tired of people asking me, especially doing this show, about Monstrosity news. Well,
Yeah,
there's
we
your
do get a lot of
Monstrosity.
messages.
Dude,
Nice.
I told everybody last week, you'll have your fucking on Wednesday. Well, there it is. You got it.
Even getting Leon, man, we were getting probably I'm telling you, man, because Ed's linked to the show. I mean, I can't tell you how many messages we get, like, "When's Lee coming on? When's Lee coming on?" And we knew, I mean, from Ed, I knew a lot of the background stuff that was going on, so we of course, we wanted to wait until it made sense, and, so, Lee, again, man, it's awesome you came on here. I'm sure you probably have never done a interview this long before, so,
No, this is definitely the longest show.
Well, he knew
Crazy.
it was gonna be a
Yeah.
Tampa Morgue longest interview ever winner.
yeah, well, I always say too, we live in a time period where people's attention spans are what, Ed, like
2
20
weeks.
seconds. Yeah,
Yeah,
2
man.
weeks or
2 weeks
an
for a
hour,
record.
and we do these fucking these episodes, which are, definitely long. So
All
I think
right.
you've covered a lot of
Yeah, I
shit.
think I already started my autobiography. I'm about to 1993. You know what I mean? But I'm thinking I can just throw it away now. You know what I mean? I don't.
The ebook. Yeah, this is the
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
we can throw it away. You can just listen to this podcast and you get my story and life story here.
that's right.
It's amazing how much, like, there were things I learned, and I know a lot because I remember going to your house in 1997 with Diabolic, you know what I
Right.
mean? And here it is, 2026, so what, 30 years later? You've been in that house for all those years, and
Yeah.
I thought I knew a lot, and there was stuff that I was like, "Oh, shit, I didn't know that." And
Yeah.
you
I
and
just
now
did.
we talk on the road and you tell me stories and I laugh my ass off. So,
Right.
there's some shit that we didn't even talk about that if you did, holy fuck.
I just did flew up to Cleveland and did that J Dog, Hell's Headbangers dude. I did his podcast.
Oh, right
Oh,
on.
yeah, Justin. Yeah, Justin Horrible.
And he posted like the first hour of it, like for his members only type thing, but it'll come out, basically whenever the song comes out. It's going to come out next week sometime or whenever. And the title of it is Lee Harrison Trashes Pantera and gives the most detailed explanation of death metal history or something.
Nothing
So
compared to this.
it's
Oh,
like, yeah, I don't know. It
clickbait,
did.
clickbait.
Yeah, I definitely didn't go as detailed as I did on this one, but oh my God.
Well,
I
he
think
doesn't
the
ask
first
tough
time
questions, you
I'll
know.
say, Ed, we were talking the first time I saw you guys, Lee, was at the Brass Mug on that Vader tour. That was what, in the '90s? That's,
That was 97,
yeah, that was the
March,
first time, man.
March of
And
97.
2026, and here we are again. But, yeah, man. Lee, unless you got anything else, man, we can let you get out of here. I mean, this is, again, dude, can't thank you enough, man. We'll
All
get you a
right, you want to
shirt
talk
too,
about the
all that
cover
good
band?
stuff.
Yeah, we can talk about the cover band.
Yes, yeah, let's mention your cover band, man, really fast before we go.
I'm just kidding.
Do some
Man.
promo.
I'm kidding.
You
I'm
wanna
kidding.
promo your cover band really
No,
fast?
I
Do it, man.
don't. I'm just kidding.
No.
Gotta do this
In
real.
my talent agency, I got Jason Flippo. I got him a gig in Diabolic, and I got him a gig in Hell Witch. And I've gotten auditions with Nile, and I've gotten other people gigs, so if anybody needs gigs, just hit me up, I'll place you into something of your appropriate band, and
There you go.
bands, if you're looking for members, just hit me up because they gravitate towards me, and I can set you up,
Oh, yeah.
Makes it happen,
I was
man.
thinking about starting talent booking agent, so I can help everybody out with all their needs.
You know what? Just you keep on with the Conquest name because you're
Right,
on a conquest to get people in bands.
and it
There you
just,
go.
You're gonna get
I've got my short list of guitar players and stuff that, whenever I need them, and sometimes I need them, and, people come to me and ask me for drummers, so, you know, make me aware of you.
Hell
Lee's gonna
yeah.
get 5,000 emails from Tampa when he
Right,
gets home
right.
tonight from local
Dude, I need a
bands.
gig. D. Patterson and be blowing me up.
Chaos Symphony, yes.
Oh, shit.
Lee, man, anything else on your way out, my friend?
Yeah, have a good one,
Anything
man.
you Yeah, Lee, we're gonna say goodbye to you in a second. Everybody else, we're gonna play some Midnight. We'll be back with me and Ed to say goodbye at the end of the show. Again, this is Midnight, The Last Forever.
Thanks, Lee. Thanks for, I'll give you
All
that
right, brother.
20 bucks when I see you for coming on.
All right, man.
Lee, anything you wanna say on the way out?
We'll see you guys on the road. The plan is to, check the new album out March 13th. Screams from Beneath the Surface. And we got more coming after that. So stay tuned. Stick around.
Oh, shit, I forgot to hit the record button, guys. We gotta do this all over again. I'm only fucking with you. You guys you guys have a good night. We're gonna play The Last Forever, and we'll be back on the Tampa Morgue after this. Thanks again, Lee.
All right, man.
Brother.
It's well after midnight. Evil monkeys crawling on my wall. If not for me, no one around. Does it make me evil to love the devil's spawn? Swinging on my chandelier in my castle dark and cold, alone. One night you fell from heaven and landed in snow. Now she staggers, lost and wasted, down the castle hall. Does it make me evil to love the devil's spawn?
And that was Midnight with The Last Forever. And of course, we want to thank Mr. Lee Harrison for hanging out, man. You know, 2 weeks in a row we had Leon here, and I believe we've heard everything.
I truly wish I had my sound effect mic still, because I would have programmed, and the winner for the longest interview ever on the morgue is Lee Harrison.
Yeah. That's
That was, and if anybody wants to know, this is exactly why we broke it up, because we knew when we didn't even make it to,
1994.
It's like rise to power. When we didn't even get there after
Episode 1.
the last episode, I'm like, dude, we're holy shit.
Yeah.
But
So
but the stuff he says, the information, the his knowledge and just, dude, he was around. Like, he's true early days death metal guy. I
Yep.
mean, it is what it is, right? So he knows the stories. Um, and he left one he left the story out that he told us, and,
yes.
yeah,
I know,
I
and I thought
wish
about bringing that up, but I said,
we are already way overextended, like, I
yes,
didn't
but
wanna
it
kill
was a
him.
great story. But I don't know if you want, I don't know if we would have told it on here. Maybe we would have. I don't think there's really
I
any
think he said he
secrets.
would've,
Yeah.
but yeah, it was, but again, if you could be a fly on the wall, as we said yesterday, we were talking about this, if you could be a fly on the wall of the shit that's said off recording. I mean, if we just had just that and we put those up in like a pay section, we'd be rich,
Yeah.
because the shit that we get told that don't tell anybody
And
would
we don't tell. We never
no,
yeah, we never share. So, but
nope.
it's Ed's
But
right. It
it's
gets
it's and sometimes it's stuff that you already knew, it just gets confirmed. You know what I
yep.
mean? Like, stuff we've heard, the rumors, and then you hear it and you're like, "Oh, okay. I thought that's what it was." But yeah, no, he's great, man. He's a good dude, and as you can tell, we have a great time on the road, so that's why, because he's just a he's so fucking laid back.
Yes, a new Monstrosity, there we played that, and, Ed, new Monstrosity before we get out of here, name of the record and release date.
Screams from Beneath the Surface, March 13th. Finally,
There
finally. And the
there you go.
Colossal Rage. Go ahead and
The
go on there and leave your shitty comments. I love it.
I removed mine, but but
My wife put one up too. This guy sucks.
this guy blows. Yeah, man. So I say we get the hell out of here.
Yep.
It's been a long episode, and it's been an awesome episode. And we appreciate everybody who listens, and everybody who's picked up a shirt and all that great stuff. Anybody who's still around 4 hours later, we appreciate you also. Everybody we hear from on the side, because I hear from a lot of you lately, man, and I cannot thank you enough. So Ed, where can they find us?
Oh man, Apple, Spotify, Amazon. I saw us. I have to always go look to see, and sure enough, we're there. YouTube,
Anywhere you listen to podcasts.
anywhere, even YouTube. It's just a picture, but hey, you get to hear us, especially if you have premium like I do. The Tampamorgue at gmail.com for any correspondence, and of course, always, always, always check the Instagram, because that's where shit's popping.
That's the most accurate, updated, social media platform we have.
Absolutely,
So
it ain't
again,
Facebook, that's for sure.
and yeah, fuck Facebook. Again, everybody, we appreciate you. Next week we have Kyle Thomas from Exorder. We're going to talk a lot about Slaughter in the Vatican, and Mr. Dave Allison, aka Death Metal Dave from the Tampa Bay Museum of Metal. And Ed, I'll see you I'll see you very soon, and we'll actually drop a show right before I'm about to hop on the plane, pretty much. So, Ed, you have a good week, man, and peace.
See ya.
This is King Fally from Deceased, and you just listened to another episode of the Tampa Morgue. Tune in next week and stay fucking dead.